Chapter 1505. Even the Longhuai ancestor couldn't do anything to the lightning ping that had rushed out from the Seven Treasures lightning calabash after Yuan had sacrificed herself. Helpless, the Longhuai ancestor transformed into a true spirit and finally gained the upper hand in the battle with the lightning pung. However, the lightning pung was the crux of the Seven Treasures lightning calabash, so the Longhuai ancestor obviously knew something. Longhuai ancestor who had transformed into the wood flood dragon true spirit laughed loudly. Everyone must have many doubts about what I said earlier, but now is the time for everyone to present the evidence. The rumbling echoed dozens of miles away, and all the great divine arts practitioners who had come to watch the battle heard what the Longhuai ancestor had said. They knew that the battle today had reached the most crucial moment, so they all focused their minds and waited in anticipation. The wood flood dragon true spirit that the Longhuai ancestor had transformed into swept up 3 miles of waves and pounced at the lightning peng with bared fangs and brandished claws. Lu Ping saw this and thought to himself, not good. This time, he didn't retreat, but turned into a flowing light and was about to escape. Xiao Baiyu and Origin Wine Laozu's expressions also changed. However, the two of them were true spirit cultivators after all. So even though they could see the danger of the Longhuai ancestor's attack, they didn't panic like Lu Ping. Only the other true spirit cultivator saw the situation and shouted, "Not good, everyone retreat quickly." Hearing the true spirit cultivator's reminder, many of the great divine arts practitioners were naturally terrified. Those who reacted quickly retreated without thinking, and those who hesitated for a moment wanted to see what was going on, and as expected, they saw the result. There was a sudden silence in the middle of the battle between the two. Then, under everyone's incredulous gazes, a rainbow-colored light burst into the sky. The wood flood dragon tore the thunder rock in front of it into a ball of lightning and exploded. A circle of clear ripples formed by the spatial oscillations spread outwards. Several pure yang experts were too slow, and their entire bodies were torn to shreds by the spreading spatial oscillation. Although some of them managed to escape with their lives, they were also injured. Lu Ping and the others looked up and saw that as soon as Patriarch Longhuai killed Lei Peng, the sky was already filled with dark clouds that were as dark as ink. Flashing with lightning, the dark clouds pressed down from the sky. Even Lu Ping and the others felt their hearts palpitating. Elemental Wine Laozu exclaimed, "Heavenly punishment, this is heavenly punishment." Just as Elemental Wine Laozu exclaimed, the Longhuai ancestor's true spirit body suddenly broke through the void and came to the sky above the Seven Treasures lightning calabash that was gradually turning illusory as if it was going to disappear at any time. The huge body swung with all its might, and a ball of lightning exploded, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble. The purple calabash then turned from illusory to solid again. At the same time, over 10 bolts of lightning exploded from within and scattered in all directions. All the great divine arts practitioners in the surrounding void saw the situation and were afraid that they wouldn't be able to dodge in time. How could they still have the mood to intercept the lightning that shot out from the Seven Treasures lightning calabash to see what was going on? Only Lu Ping, who had been paying attention to the Seven Treasures lightning calabash, could faintly see that the Seven Treasures lightning calabash had been smacked into the territory of the Yuan family by the Longhuai ancestor. Then, the entire territory of the Yuan family turned into a sea of lightning. The Yuan family was finished. Before Lu Ping could sigh, one of the bolts of lightning that had exploded from the Seven Treasures lightning calabash rushed towards Lu Ping's direction. This bolt of lightning seemed to have a mind of its own as it actually changed its direction slightly and rushed towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping originally wanted to dodge, but at this moment, the Seven Treasures lightning calabash actually broke free from the suspended sea. If it wasn't for the dragon figure suppressing it again, it would have rushed out of the heart core space. Lu Ping's heart stirred, and the Seven Treasures lightning calabash in his heart core space flashed in his hand. At the same time, the bolt of purple lightning that was rushing towards Lu Ping also flashed and disappeared. Lu Ping couldn't care less about what had happened to the Seven Treasures lightning calabash in his heart core space, because the purple lightning that had been brewing in the sky for a long time had broken through the void and landed on the wood dragon's head. The Longhuai ancestor cried out in pain as its huge body suddenly fell down. Amidst the crackling sounds, dozens of emerald green scales flew everywhere. At the same time, there was a cloud of greenish-red blood that scattered in all directions. It was like a rain of blood in the sky. But before the rain of blood could fall, the scattered lightning that followed the sky's punishment roasted the blood into nothingness. The Longhuai ancestor has finally attracted the sky's punishment. No, the sky's punishment was attracted by the thunder rock that was born in the Seven Treasures lightning calabash. How is this possible? Don't tell me that the Yuan clan really has the means to attract the sky's punishment. No matter how strong their means are, they still have to rely on the Seven Treasures lightning calabash. After all, it is the #1 divine weapon for the creation of the world. The Longhuai ancestor is known as Jiao Doran's clone and has cultivated its own consciousness. Don't forget that when the world was created, Jiao Doran and Peng Doran were enemies. It's only natural that the Seven Treasures lightning calabash can suppress Jiao Doran's clone. At this moment, a bitter laugh came from the original Yuan clan's encampment, which had turned into a lake of lightning after the Seven Treasures lightning calabash smashed into the ground. Longhuai, if you want to destroy my Yuan clan, you'll have to get through the sky's punishment first. If worst comes to worst, we'll just perish together. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge wave exploded in the Thunderlight Lake. Yuan Sungten, who had been holding on for so long in the Thunderlight Lake, had finally run out of energy. The last pure young expert of the Yuan family had finally fallen. At this moment, even Lu Ping felt terrified. Can the Yuan clan really attract the sky's punishment? Muffled thunder rumbled in the void. Obviously, the sky's punishment wasn't just the lightning that had descended earlier. Rumble. The Longhuai ancestor, who had been smashed into the ground, directly flipped over a mountain. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect that mixed hairy bird to leave such a trick for you. It seems like the old man has miscalculated. However, if you want to rely on the sky's punishment, you might not necessarily be able to drag the old man down with you." The huge body once again soared into the sky. The Longhuai ancestor directly flew over the mountain range of Shang Mountain and was about to fly towards the eastern horizon. However, the sky's punishment obviously wouldn't let him go so easily. It was said that when the sky's punishment descended, it wouldn't stop until one side was dead. Since the heavens were created, no true spirit cultivator who had attracted the sky's punishment had been able to escape. The lightning of the sky's punishment was not only far more powerful than the pure yang lightning tribulation, it was also stronger than the one before. Just as the Longhuai ancestor flew over the mountain range of Shang Mountain, another lightning of the sky's punishment came crashing down. The Wood Flood Dragon true spirit let out another world-shaking howl. However, the Wood Flood Dragon didn't crash to the ground this time. Instead, it continued to fly towards the eastern horizon, as if it was trying its best to escape the sky's punishment. However, since the sky's punishment had descended, how could it be escaped just by flying away? No matter where Jiao Daoran was, the sky's punishment would descend on his head at any moment. Only Lu Ping, Origin Wine Laozu, and the rest were deep in thought. They guessed that the Longhuai ancestor should be trying to rush back to the fallen secret land and rely on the myriad poison sky wall that Jiao Daoran had left behind to defend against the sky's punishment. Thinking until here, everyone's heart trembled. If the myriad poison sky wall could really defend against the sky's punishment, one had to know that this guess wasn't impossible. At this moment, the Longhuai ancestor who had already escaped to the horizon shouted to all the great divine arts practitioners around Shang Mountain after blocking the lightning of the sky's punishment. Yuan family has been wiped out and the Seven Treasure Thunder Calabash has been severely injured by the old man. The secret that the Yuan family had been protecting since the heavens were created is about to be revealed. Everyone, it's best if you don't go too far and witness one of the biggest conspiracies since the heavens were created. After saying that, another miserable cry came from the horizon. This time, the Longhuai ancestor couldn't block it forcefully and his huge body was smashed to the ground by the sky's punishment. However, he immediately rushed back into the sky and continued to fly towards the east. Even though the words of the Longhuai ancestor had moved quite a number of great divine arts practitioners, everyone left Shang Mountain range at the same time. Even though most of them didn't leave, they were all prepared for the conspiracy that the Longhuai ancestor had mentioned. At this moment, Lu Ping finally had a little bit of time to check the purple lightning that had shot out from the 7 treasure thunder calabash and was then swallowed by the lightning calabash in Lu Ping's heart core space. However, at this moment, the lightning lake that had formed from the encampment of the Yuan family because the 7 treasure thunder calabash had been smashed to the ground by the Longhuai ancestor was sinking rapidly. All the great divine arts practitioners who saw this phenomenon felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Chapter 1506. The Longhuai ancestor withstood the heavenly punishment and smashed the 7 thunder treasures calabash deep into the mountain where the Yuan clan was located. The entire Yuan clan's territory turned into a huge lightning lake. After that, even though forefather Long Huai braved the wrath of the heavenly punishment and left for the eastern sea, the powerful beings who were still lingering in the air near the Yuan clan's base did not wait for them to exchange glances with each other before they saw the Thunderlight Lake rapidly sinking. A sense of uneasiness that seemed familiar to them rose from the lake, quickly spreading throughout the entire Shang mountain area. While everyone was puzzled, Lu Ping's divine sense entered the 7 treasures Thunder Gourd's core space. The 7 treasures Thunder Gourd, which had been alive and kicking since the appearance of the real heaven-splitting divine artifact, calmed down after Lu Ping absorbed the purple lightning into it. Lu Ping's divine will manifested in his core space, and he suddenly discovered that something seemed to be brewing in the 7 thunder treasures calabash in front of him. His mind sank into it, and he saw that the purple lightning from before had manifested into a small bird. It was the miniature form of the heaven-shrouding thunder rock from before. This surprised Lu Ping a lot, but there was a trace of inexplicable excitement in his heart because this 7 treasure thunder calabash was also a treasure that Lu Ping had carefully nurtured with his quintessential essence. Therefore, he could clearly feel that the 7 treasure thunder calabash was undergoing a rebirth after containing the purple lightning. This is the origin of thunder. It's definitely the origin of thunder. Thinking of the description in the Soaring Dragon Galaxy technique, Lu Ping could not hide the excitement in his heart. If Lu Ping, who had obtained the Samling 5 Elements leaf, had cultivated from the 1st realm to the 7th realm, there was no obvious bottleneck in condensing the 7 attribute origins to the perfection stage. All that was left was the accumulation of quintessential essence. Then, the origin of thunder could greatly reduce the difficulty of condensing the origin of thunder in the core space after Lu Ping fused the 7 attributes. In other words, the origin of thunder was originally no weaker than the Samling 5 Elements leaf. Although the former could not help a cultivator condense the 7 attributes in one fell swoop, the difficulty of condensing the origin of thunder was even more difficult than condensing the 7 attribute origins. Although the origin of thunder in the 7 treasure thunder calabash was extremely thin and small, it was the fundamental reason for the qualitative change in the 7 treasure thunder calabash. Once the 7 treasure thunder calabash in Lu Ping's hands reached perfection with this origin of thunder, the 7 treasure thunder calabash would be able to collect the thunder and lightning between heaven and earth and use it to nourish the origin of thunder, slowly strengthening it. In the future, when Lu Ping's cultivation reached the 7th true spirit realm and he successfully condensed the 7 attribute origins, this origin of thunder would be the biggest factor for Lu Ping to break through to the 8th true spirit realm. In fact, Peng Doran's original life source treasure should have been the Spirit Light 5 Elements fan inherited from the Endless Mountains Peacock royalty. The reason why Peng Doran wanted to refine the 7 treasure thunder calabash was to condense a trace of the origin of thunder to help him cross the threshold of the 8th true spirit realm. He never thought that the 7 treasure thunder calabash would become a method for Peng Doran to suppress Jiao Daoran. The 7 treasure thunder calabash became famous in this side of the world and was regarded as the #1 god artifact for opening the heavens, but people forgot that it was originally a tool for Peng Doran to improve his cultivation. Perhaps later people did not know of this matter, but as the 7th patriarch of heaven opening and Peng Doran's sworn enemy, Jiao Daoran, naturally knew about it. While Lu Ping was immersed in the excitement of obtaining a trace of the origin of thunder, there were cries of surprise coming from the void around him. Lu Ping was startled, and when he looked up, He saw that the original Yuan family residence had already disappeared from the Thunderlight Lake. At this time, the Thunderlight Lake slowly sank into the ground and disappeared. At this time, where the original Yuan family residence was located, a deep, pitch-black hole with a diameter of 3 to 5 miles gradually appeared. Rumbling sounds of thunder and explosions rang out from the deep hole, and as soon as the flickering light flashed in the deep hole, it was swallowed by the darkness inside. There were even shrill cries that could not be heard clearly because the deep hole was too deep. The cultivators wanted to probe deeper with their divine sense, but they suddenly found that once their divine sense entered, it would disappear. This kind of disappearance was not due to the shielding of divine sense, but a kind of divine sense being cut and devoured. Even the many pure young experts present, who were all top-notch existences in the current cultivation world, suffered greatly in front of this deep hole. Some could not help but let out miserable cries. Even the 3 celestial spirits shook their heads and groaned as their expressions changed. On the contrary, Lu Ping was a little slow because he was checking the changes in the 7 treasures Thunder Calabash. After discovering what happened to everyone, he naturally would not repeat the same mistake with his divine sense. What is this? Could this be the secret and evidence that the Longhuai ancestor mentioned Yuan family had hidden since heaven opening? No, this aura is not right. Fellow Taoists, do you sense anything? Look, this black aura, this black aura. Finally, a shrill roar broke the silence that everyone was in disbelief. This is Mara's fucking aura. This is Mara's aura. There is Mara's aura under the Yuan family's encampment. Is the Longhuai ancestor trying to tell us that the Yuan family is related to Mara's calamity? The truth is right in front of us. What vanguard against Mara? This Yuan family is actually a thief crying thief. That might not be the case. Perhaps the Yuan family has been suppressing this place where Mara appears. It might not be impossible. After all, the Yuan family had maintained a good reputation in the cultivation world for tens of thousands of years. Even now, there were still people who spoke up for the Yuan family. Impossible. If that's the case, then why did the Yuan family keep it a secret? It's better to have the help of the entire cultivation world than to suppress the Yuan family alone. Indeed, this is not something to be ashamed of. If word of this gets out, it will only increase the reputation of the Yuan family in the cultivation world. The Yuan family's encampment has always been located in this Shang mountain ever since heaven opening was heaven opening. In other words, this devil's den has always existed since heaven opening was heaven opening. Why did they keep it a secret? If that's the case, then they must be plotting something. Then where is the evidence that the Longhuai ancestor mentioned? Even if the Yuan family is really related to Mara's calamity, what does this have to do with the heaven opening conspiracy that he mentioned? The pure yang cultivator who spoke up for the Yuan family saw that he was about to become the target of public criticism and quickly changed the topic to clear his name. Alright, don't argue anymore. At this moment, after the Longhuai ancestor left with the heavenly punishment, the 3 true spirit cultivators who had been quietly watching the situation could no longer remain calm. Xiao Baiyu shouted and the pure yang cultivators all held their breaths. This is not the time to discuss the Yuan family's conspiracy. Something is about to come out from this deep cave. If it really is the secret cave that Mara has appeared in, then it will be a disaster. That's right. Ancestor Origin Wine continued. All of you are top-rate existences in this world. I presume that Ancestor Long Huai used all sorts of methods to gather all of us here for the sake of his current scheme. However, we can't avoid it at this moment. If we're unable to suppress the all-devil army that might appear within this cave, then it would definitely be an enormous calamity to the entire cultivation world. Chapter 1507. After the 2 celestial spirits Lao Tzu spoke, the other celestial spirit cultivator summoned one of his natal spiritual treasures. It hovered around him and was ready to fight, directly showing his attitude to the many powerful beings present. Everyone present naturally understood this logic. Moreover, the great divines in the void around Shang Mountain had gathered almost half of the pure yang cultivators in the entire cultivation world. If even they could not stop the impending demon Luo calamity, then the entire cultivation world would definitely suffer a heavy blow once again. Lu Ping also summoned the Sword of the True Spirit, Moli. Although it was unknown if the Longhuai ancestor was still alive, as long as he was not present, Lu Ping could unscrupulously summon his natal flying sword to defend against the enemy. Lu Ping's Sword of the True Spirit was made from Jiao Doran's horn. Lu Ping had always been secretly afraid of the Longhuai ancestor, who was the inheritor of Jiao Doran's bloodline and the receiver of part of his memory. Not only the Sword of the True Spirit, but also the dragon sculpture on the 9-dragon bell, Lu Ping did not bring it to Donghai because he was afraid that the Longhuai ancestor would see through it and covet it. The flickering lightning in the deep cave became dimmer, and the shrill cries gradually disappeared. The pitch-black fog on the surface of the deep cave became thicker, and it was obvious that something was flying out. Lu Ping and the other Pure Yang cultivators formed a loose circle around the deep cave, as if they were facing a great enemy. Roar! Even Lu Ping and the others couldn't help but frown at the terrifying divine sense impact. However, it also confirmed their suspicions that the one in the deep cave was indeed Mo Luo. Such a powerful divine sense impact could only be produced by 3 to 5 heavenly demons working together to cast the soul-devouring technique. 3 clouds of even thicker black mist suddenly rushed out of the deep cave. The terrifying pressure emitted by the surging black mist clearly revealed the identity of the sky demons. Along with the 3 sky demons were the 12 Asuras who guarded the sky demons. Mara's army of this scale would cause a disaster no matter where they appeared. With 3 sky fiends and 12 Asuras joining forces, even 3 pure Yang cultivators would have no choice but to escape or perish. However, they just had to appear in front of 3 celestial spirits, Laozu, and 16 or 17 pure Yang cultivators at this time and place. Both sides attacked at the same time. The 3 true spirit cultivators used their own methods, suppressing 3 heavenly demons in one fell swoop. The other 12 Asura did not wait for them to merge with the heavenly demons before they were divided by the surrounding pure Yang cultivators. Lu Ping attacked almost immediately after the 3 true spirit cultivators attacked. The true spirit sword activated a dark blue sword chi that tore through the void, and before the Asura could even react, it was killed by him in one move. Back when Lu Ping was still a mid-Dharma adept, he almost used all his methods when he encountered the Asura. He fought with all his might in a life-and-death situation, and only then could he kill one Asura. Because of this, he had suffered quite a lot of injuries. Now, an Asura was no match for Lu Ping at all. Among the pure Yang cultivators, other than Lu Ping, no one else could kill an Asura as easily as Lu Ping did. Even though every pure Yang cultivator had a decisive advantage against the Asura, the pure Yang cultivators didn't stand a chance against the Asura. Although Lu Ping's methods were unintentional, it had more or less aroused the competitiveness of the pure Yang cultivators present. Although the North Sea Water Sword Immortal was famous in the world, many of the pure Yang cultivators present had been famous for a long time. Naturally, they did not want to be left too far behind by Lu Ping. After cutting melons and vegetables, 12 Asura were killed one after another. However, the 3 true spirit cultivators were much faster than them. Almost at the same time that Lu Ping killed the Asura, the 3 heavenly demons were unable to retaliate against the suppression of the 3 true spirit cultivators. Very quickly, the soul-devouring black fog was shaved off, revealing a pale face and a body that was not much different from a normal person's. There's blood. Why is there blood? Xiao Baiyu casually pointed out a sword chi that could cut through space. It was not inferior to the pure Yang flying sword that Lu Ping controlled. In an instant, the Asura's body was pierced through by Xiao Baiyu. However, after the heavenly demon dissipated the soul-devouring black fog around its body, it revealed a bloody body in front of everyone. How is this possible? Everyone had a common understanding that Mara was born from the source energy of this world. Once he was killed, he would turn into spiritual energy and return to the source energy. Why would there be blood in the body of this heavenly demon? Could it be that this was not a heavenly demon, but an existence similar to a heavenly demon? In an instant, the Yuan Jiu Laozu and the other true spirit cultivator had also finished off their opponents. The heavenly demon that was killed by the Yuanjiu Laozu was still covered in blood after the soul-devouring black fog dissipated. However, the heavenly demon that was killed by the other true spirit cultivator was like an ordinary Mara, and its body began to vaporize and dissipate. At this time, not only did the three true spirit cultivator know that something was amiss, even the pure young cultivators around the cave had noticed something was amiss. Blood-curdling howls could still be heard faintly coming from the bottomless cave. It was obvious that there were quite a number of devil luos hidden in this cave. However, it was obvious that the group had killed more than 10 heavenly devils and asuras as if they were chopping melons and vegetables, causing the existences in the deep cave to not dare to take the risk and rush out again. The surging soul-devouring fog was still spreading out from the deep cave, but after coming out of the deep cave for a few meters, it was suppressed by the surrounding powerful beings, preventing it from spreading. In just a moment, it had already gathered into a pitch-black fog. Looks like we are about to have a chance to figure out this ancient mystery. Yuanjiu Laozu sighed slightly and said, "What do fellow Xiao and fellow Xiang say?" Xiao Baiyu smiled and did not say anything, but the true spirit cultivator that was called fellow Xiao by Yuanjiu Laozu said with a smile, "Since we have already come to this step, there is no reason for us to retreat." Regardless of whether this Yuan family is related to the conspiracy that the Longhuai ancestor spoke of, at the very least, the Mara calamity that occurs every 1,000 years is related to the Yuan family. Which one of us here has not experienced the Mara calamity? Which one of your relatives, friends, ancestors have not fallen in the Mara calamity? We cannot avoid the secret of this deep cave, we are duty-bound. Xiao Baiyu loudly praised. Fellow Xiang said, "Well, that Longhuai ancestor's original intention might be to point out this secret to us. It must be known that this Longhuai ancestor would rather take the risk of being punished by the heavens than deceive us. Everyone, this might be a chance to solve the Mara calamity once and for all. We have to go down this deep cave even if we don't want to. Could it be that we want our juniors and sect disciples to continue to suffer this calamity that occurs once every 1,000 years?" A voice suddenly sneered. Although the old man disdains to listen to Xiao Baiyu's words, fellow Taoist Yuanjiu and fellow Taoist Xiang's words are extremely reasonable. If we want to go down this deep cave, the Purple Sun Palace will be one of us. The one who spoke was obviously a pure young cultivator from the Purple Sun Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, pure young cultivators from the other three sacred grounds, Wuxing School, Lingyun Valley, and Skyward Pavilion also responded. After that, Lu Ping and a few other pure young human cultivators also expressed their desire to go down and find out what was going on. Since fellow Taoist Yang is here, there's no harm in me going down and taking a look. The one who spoke was a pure young demon cultivator from the great spiritual ape clan. So it's General Ho, Yuan Poyu. I wonder how fellow Taoist Pakong is doing? Xiao Baiyu was asking about the former general of the great spiritual ape clan, Yuan Pokong. This pure young cultivator from the great spiritual ape clan in front of him was obviously the General Ho. Yuan Poyu chuckled and said, "That fellow is doing very well. Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist Xiao." Xiao Baiyu nodded his head and didn't say anything else. Soon after, there were other pure young cultivators of the demon race that responded. Almost all the divine arts practitioners that had come to watch the battle stayed behind. Chapter 1508. There was too much soul-devouring black fog in the deep cave, causing the cultivator's consciousness to be unable to penetrate it. With the three true spirits Laozu in the lead, all the great divine arts practitioners executed all kinds of lightning spells to bombard the entrance of the deep cave. The soul-devouring black fog that filled the deep cave was completely extinguished by the lightning. Even though these cultivators weren't as proficient in lightning spell divine arts as Yuan family, they could still easily cast normal lightning spells. Of course, there were also cultivators like Lu Ping's Kuei Shui divine lightning who had a deeper understanding of lightning spell divine arts. Close to 20 top great divine arts practitioners in the cultivation world worked together, and in just an instant, they had gone dozens of yards into the deep cave. Xiao Baiyu looked at the surroundings of the deep cave, and his eyes gave off a sharp gleam that was like sword light. he said, "This is indeed a secret cave of Mara, and from the looks of it, there should be a lot of them." Origin Wine Laozu nodded his head. "That's right, looks like when the lightning light lake caved in, most of the Mara inside had been killed. Otherwise, we would have had to face an overwhelming Mara army." Xiang Laozu also said, "In that case, the remaining Mara that could survive from the lightning light lake must be extremely powerful existences, just like those heavenly devils and Azura from before." The three true spirits Laozu seemed to be confirming each other's words, but in reality, they were reminding the dozen or so pure young cultivators that had followed them down to be careful and not fail miserably. However, at this moment, Lu Ping's attention was on the true spirit cultivator with the surname Xiang. Even though there were many surnames among the demon race cultivators, the surname Xiang was mostly used by the Sky Hegemon divine tortoise race. Lu Ping was confident that with the power of the three pure true pupils, he would be able to clearly see the true body of Xiang Laozu, but in this way he would definitely be detected. Ever since Lu Ping obtained the Soaring Dragon Galaxy spell, and learned about the true effect of the Samling Five Elements leaf, he had been wary of Taoist Gui because of the Five Elements tortoise. Since Peng Daoren was able to make the Yuan family stay, Taoist Gui, who had probably been hiding his true strength, might also have a backup plan. If Lu Ping's guess was correct, as the only direct descendant of Taoist Gui, the Sky Hegemonic Divine Turtle clan was the most likely executor of Taoist Gui's plan. There were 3 true spirit cultivators and 17 pure yang cultivators. Almost half of the human and demon race's powerful cultivators were gathered here. Although the 3 true spirits warned everyone to be careful, they were still sweeping the way. Although there were still many high-level demon luos, they were instantly killed by everyone. There were many heavenly demons and Azura existences among them. Although it was dark in the deep cave, after the soul-devouring black mist was removed, it could not hide everyone's sight. However, at this time, Lu Ping estimated that everyone had already descended more than 300 meters into the deep cave. The battle was still going on, but it was not a tangled battle, but a one-sided massacre. The collapse of the Thunderlight Lake had killed most of the low-level Mara in the deep cave, and most of the remaining high-level Mara were also badly injured. Although they were still advancing one after another, they did not have the human sea tactic of the Mara army, which was fearless of death. Finally, 500 meters deep into the deep cave, everyone saw the still flickering faint lightning. This was the end of the deep cave. The Thunderlight Lake had already seeped into the underground soil, and the Thunderlight Lake, which had been smashed down by the Longhuai ancestor with its tail, was nowhere to be seen, as if it had disappeared. Only Lu Ping knew that after the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash was successfully forged, the calabash's body had completely turned into lightning. Instead of saying that the purple-skinned calabash was the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash's true body, it was more accurate to say that it was the condensation of the calabash's lightning source. The tail of the Longhuai ancestor had actually completely shattered this famous number 1 divine weapon for opening the heavens. The lightning source had turned into over 10 bolts, with half of them falling into the Yuan family's camp and turning into a lightning lake. The remaining 7/8 scattered into the world, with one of them being collected by the Little Thunder Gourd in Lu Ping's core space. The weak 7 Treasure Thunder Gourd did not seem to have the elegance of the number 1 divine weapon for opening the heavens, being shattered by a Perfection Realm true spirit cultivator. But the truth was like this. Although the 7 Treasure Thunder Gourd was strong and was known as the number 1 divine weapon for opening the heavens, its body was very weak. In reality, the 7 Treasures Lightning Calabash itself was not a spirit treasure specially used in battle. It was originally refined by Taoist Peng to condense the source of lightning, a tool to help him advance to the 8th true spirit realm. When the 7 Treasure Thunder Gourd was in Peng Doran's hands, the other heaven-opening Laozu, including Jiao Daoren, knew this weakness of the 7 Treasure Thunder Gourd. However, no one, including Jiao Daoren, could shatter the 7 Treasure Thunder Gourd in Peng Doran's hands. Since they couldn't shatter it, then in front of the powerful 7 Treasure Thunder Gourd in Peng Doran's hands, the other heaven-opening Laozu had no choice but to admit that Peng Daoren was the strongest. The Longhuai ancestor clearly knew this weakness of the 7 Treasure Thunder Gourd, which was why he dared to make a move after Yuan's sacrifice and the 7 treasure thunder gourds summoned the heavenly punishment. He destroyed the number 1 heaven-opening divine artifact in one fell swoop. All of them, including Lu Ping, could see that the 3 heaven-opening Laozu were actually looking for the number 1 heaven-opening divine artifact, the 7 treasure thunder gourd. The 3 true spirit cultivators had entered the deep cave together. Although they were here to kill Mara, all the pure yang cultivators, including Lu Ping, could see that the 3 true spirit Laozu were actually here to find the number 1 heaven-opening divine artifact, the 7 treasure thunder gourd. However, only Lu Ping knew that the number 1 heaven-opening divine artifact that had been established since the beginning of the world no longer existed. Look, what's that? The people who could vaguely see the bottom of the cave suddenly discovered that there were 3 different colored balls of light flickering at the center of the cave. Behind these 3 balls of light were 3 altars that seemed to be covered in arrays. No, this is impossible. Lu Ping could vaguely see 3 figures in the 3 balls of light. On the side, Yuan Jiao Laozu suddenly gave a shout filled with fear, scaring everyone. When Lu Ping looked over, he saw Yuan Jiao Laozu's expression filled with anger. His eyes were filled with fear and his lips were trembling, as if he had seen something inconceivable that could make this existence that represented the highest battle strength in this world become this scared. Afraid, he was indeed afraid. The dignified true spirit Laozu was afraid. Not only Yuan Jiao Laozu, Lu Ping's gaze swept over the other 2 true spirit cultivators. Xiao Baiyu and Xiang Laozu's expressions were not much better than Yuan Jiao Laozu's. At this time, not only Lu Ping, even the other pure yang cultivators had a look of confusion and fear on their faces. Although they did not know why the 3 true spirit cultivator were afraid, something that could make the 3 of them feel fear was enough to make everyone else feel fear. What was it? Lu Ping's eyes abruptly shot out a 3-foot-long green light beam as he stared at the 3 light orbs floating above the 3 altars. Chapter 1509. After Yuan Feixiang secretly returned to Middle-earth from the North Sea, he did not return to the Yuan clan. Instead, he went to the southern region of Middle-earth. As a strong competitor for the Yuan clan's future family head, he was very clear about the consequences of his family's 2 pure yang experts losing their lives in the North Sea because of his insistence. Those in the clan who opposed him inheriting the position of family head, as well as other competitors, would definitely use this as an excuse to counterattack. In order to overthrow him as the successor and eliminate hidden dangers, it was not impossible to take the opportunity to kill him. The death of 2 pure yang cultivators was a huge crime that would shake the clan's foundation. Yuan Feixiang knew that he no longer had the possibility of competing for the position of family head, but he still wanted to fight for it. Not for the position of family head, but for the position in the clan, the position where he would not be abandoned. Therefore, he wanted to hide himself and wait until he transcended the 3rd lightning tribulation and became a pure yang before returning to the clan. This way, he would not be punished. Since the beginning of the Yuan clan, it had been burdened with a mysterious mission. This mission allowed the Yuan clan to easily become the number 1 clan, second only to the 6 sacred lands. However, it also prevented the cultivators of the Yuan clan from attaining the true spirit realm. Pure yang cultivators were the clan's top combat power. As long as Yuan Feixiang could attain the pure yang realm, he was confident that no one in the entire Yuan clan would be his match. What a pity, what a pity. I was so close to defeating that Zhenling. That damned Lu Tianping. If not for his schemes, how could my 2 pure yang uncles have fallen in the North Sea? How could I, Yuan Feixiang, have fallen to such a state? All of this is because of that Lu Tianping. I, Yuan Feixiang, will fight you and Zhenling to the death for as long as I live. Yuan Feixiang was flying through a mountain ridge in the southern region of Middle-earth, trying to find an ideal place to set up a temporary cave abode for cultivation. But at this moment, the space in front of Yuan Feixiang suddenly trembled. Yuan Feixiang was shocked, and the light under her feet slowed down. A purple gold gourd appeared above her head. Yuan Feixiang had also refined the 7 treasures thunder calabash. Although he had some understanding of the 7 treasures thunder calabash's nature, the 7 treasures thunder calabash's tyrannical attack power and great reputation still fascinated him. The turbulent space suddenly shattered, and a purple lightning suddenly exploded above Yuan Feixiang's head, catching him off guard. The 7 treasures thunder calabash floating above his head suddenly swayed as if it was drunk, and was about to fall from his head. Yuan Feixiang was startled. He hurriedly circulated his Zhen Yuan to stabilize the 7 thunder gem calabash above his head. At the same time, his divine sense sank into the calabash. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Thunder origin, how can it be thunder origin? Could it be? Impossible, this is impossible." Yuan Feixiang's calm expression suddenly turned into panic and disbelief. Her excited expression also took on a layer of madness. Suddenly, there was an explosion under her feet, and the light turned into a bolt of lightning and flew towards the north. However, just as Yuan Feixiang's light was about to fly out of the mountain range, suddenly, there were several lights at the foot of the mountain opposite him. At the same time, there were continuous cries of alarm. "Mara, how can Mara appear? Hasn't the disaster of Mara already passed 100 years ago? How can it appear again? Fellow Taoist in front, come and help. Ah, that's the thunder escape. It's the senior of the Yuan clan. We are saved, Senior Yuan, save us." Amidst the shouts and cries for help, a cloud of black mist surged up from the foot of the mountain. The eerie shimmering light and the strange howling sound were all very familiar to Yuan Feixiang. Yuan Feixiang was startled, and his expression changed. No one knew what he was thinking, but the light under his feet stopped again. At this moment, the dozens of lights that were asking for help before had already arrived in front of Yuan Feixiang. These people were just some rogue cultivators around the blood condensation realm. Yuan Feixiang scanned with his divine sense and found that the group of Mara chasing behind them was just a team of a few dozen Mara led by a few big Mara. These rogue cultivators had already felt the unfathomable aura of Yuan Feixiang. Seeing Yuan Feixiang hovering in the air motionlessly, they ran behind him to seek shelter. Mara's team rushed over, but all they saw was a lightning net rising in front of them, followed by blood-curdling screams. When the lightning dissipated, the rogue cultivators hiding behind Yuan Feixiang finally saw the situation in front of them clearly. Before the broken limbs fell from the sky, they had already turned into spiritual energy and dissipated. After witnessing Yuan Feixiang's invincible might, the blood condensation rogue cultivators thanked him loudly. Their voices were filled with flattery in Russian. Yuan Feixiang's might was unparalleled, and he annihilated the Mara army that almost wiped out their entire army with a flip of his hand. Yuan Feixiang smiled faintly and said, "How did you guys meet Mara?" As soon as Yuan Feixiang spoke, everyone fell silent. After a while, a late-stage blood condensation realm cultivator who seemed to be the leader said respectfully, "Senior, we don't know either. We were gathering spirit herbs at the foot of the mountain when a few dozen Mara appeared out of nowhere. We were no match for them and half of us were injured or killed before we managed to escape here. Fortunately, Senior saved us. We are very grateful." "Oh, Mara suddenly appeared? You guys didn't hear about Mara's appearance before?" Yuan Feixiang blinked and asked. The friar shook his head and said, "No, I didn't. When I was still a blood condensation realm minor repairs, I was also in the late stage of Mara's Great Tribulation. Since then, I haven't heard about Mara's appearance in the cultivation world for the past 100 years. Didn't Mara's Great Tribulation pass? Why did he suddenly appear again?" "Oh, so you guys don't know either." Yuan Feixiang narrowed her eyes and muttered to herself, "Looks like something really happened to the Yuan clan." When the late-stage blood condensation realm cultivator heard Yuan Feixiang's muttering, he instinctively felt that something was amiss. Wasn't the senior in front of him a cultivator from the Yuan clan? How could Mara's appearance be related to Yuan clan? The cultivator was startled. Just as he was about to ask Yuan Feixiang, he saw Yuan Feixiang looking at him. The cultivator's heart sank. Yuan Feixiang's eyes flashed with Yuan Feixiang's undisguised killing intent. The cultivator was shocked. Before the light under his feet lit up, a small lightning bolt had already pierced his eyes. The cultivator tried to turn his head to say something, but the lightning bolt had already exploded in his brain. Blood gushed out from his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. What did you do to Brother One? You killed Brother One. The other cultivators saw Yuan Feixiang's sudden change of heart and screamed in fear. Then, they saw Yuan Feixiang walking towards them with a dangerous expression. It was obvious that she was looking at a group of dead people. Run, run, he wants to kill us. Yuan Feixiang spread her hands to the left and right. 2 lightning nets like the one that killed Mara spread out, trapping the cultivators who were trying to escape. Senior, spare us, we don't know anything. Yuan Feixiang sneered. She suddenly put her hands together. Lightning flashed in the lightning net, turning the cultivators into ashes. The source of lightning has dispersed and Mara has reappeared. This is the true destruction of the 7 Thunder Treasures calabash. The top secret that the Yuan clan has protected for generations is revealed to the world. From now on, I'm afraid there will be no more Yuan clan. How can I let you leak the news of my clan's existence here? So, you must die. Yuan Feixiang raised her head and looked at the sky. When her face sank, it was much heavier. So the Yuan clan has been destroyed? Then what should I do now? Take revenge? No, no, no. It's not revenge now. It's to figure out what happened in the Shang Mountain. How many people from the Yuan clan have escaped? If the Yuan clan has really been destroyed, the Mara that was born will certainly go out of control. Then, the whole cultivation world will certainly have another Mara disaster. However, it's impossible to give birth to too many Mara in 100 years. The number of high-level Mara is even fewer. I'm afraid that they will be extinguished before they can cause much trouble. An existence that can destroy the Yuan clan is definitely not something that I can provoke now. If the secret that the Yuan clan guarded is discovered, then the Yuan clan will certainly become the enemy of the whole cultivation world. There will no longer be a place for the descendants of the Yuan clan in this world. The most important thing now is to hide. But continue the bloodline of the Yuan clan. At the bottom of the deep cave in the center of the Shang Mountain, Lu Ping fully displayed the 3 pure true pupils and finally saw the figures in the 3 light balls on the altar. In the light ball on the left was a slightly fat old man. The white hair on the middle of his head had already fallen off. In the middle was a middle-aged scholar with a 3-inch long beard. He looked rather refined. The last one was a middle-aged man with dark skin and a fierce demeanor. He looked dignified even without being angry. Lu Ping did not recognize any of these 3 people. However, he could see that the 3 of them were no longer alive. However, it still made Lu Ping feel a deep sense of fear. Even though they were already dead, they were still able to make a pure young cultivator like Lu Ping feel threatened. What kind of existence were these 3 people when they were alive? Uncle Danju. Yuan Jiu Laozu's eyes were wide open. He leaped forward and was about to break the light ball. Chapter 1510. Danju Laozu. That middle-aged scholarly-looking cultivator in the middle was actually Danju Laozu? A chill rose from Lu Ping's heart, causing Lu Ping to feel a chill in his heart. Didn't Crystal Palace's Danju Laozu already go to the North Ice Plains after his battle with Xiao Baiyu in the East Sea? How could he appear here? How could he possibly appear here? And he appeared here without any signs of life. Xiao Baiyu reached out his hand and patted the shoulder of Yuan Jiu Laozu, who was about to step forward, to stop Yuan Jiu Laozu, who was about to rush forward, and said, "Yuan Jiu brother, be careful. It seems that Senior Danju has already fallen, but it is really strange for him to appear here, in case of danger." Yuan Jiu Laozu immediately sobered up and nodded toward Xiao Baiyu, saying, "Brother Xiao, thank you." Xiao Baiyu gave a faint smile and withdrew his hand from Yuan Jiu Laozu's shoulder. If it was a normal time, Yuan Jiu Laozu would not have given Xiao Baiyu the chance to pat his shoulder. If a cultivator's shoulder was so easily patted by someone else, didn't that mean that his life and death were completely in the hands of others? However, Yuan Jiu Laozu's mind was clearly in a mess because of the sudden appearance of Danju Laozu's corpse on the altar at the bottom of the deep cave. At this time, if Xiao Baiyu had any evil intentions, Yuan Jiu Laozu's life would be in his hands. Ah, isn't the old man on the right 9 mystical towers true spirit cultivator Jiu Xian Laozu? The one who spoke was the pure young cultivator from Purple Sun Palace who had previously argued with Xiao Baiyu. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, This pure yang cultivator continued, Old Man was fortunate enough to meet this Laozu twice before he became a true spirit cultivator. It was when Mara besieged 9 Mystical Tower. The previous generation true spirit cultivator of 9 Mystical Tower used the 7-feathered fan to break Mara's siege. After that, he had no choice but to go to the North Ice Plains. If not for that time, the true spirit cultivator of 9 Mystical Tower would not have no successors. This pure yang cultivator from Purple Sun Palace looked at Xiao Baiyu and Lu Ping and directly asked, but Jiao Xian Laozu clearly went to the North Ice Plains, why would he appear here? This pure yang cultivator naturally understood what this pure yang cultivator meant. If 9 Mystical Towers' first-generation true spirit cultivator Jiao Xian Laozu was still in charge, how could there be 10 pure yang cultivators besieging 9 Mystical Tower? How could the 9 Mystical Tower be destroyed just like that? Xiao Baiyu, Lu Ping, and the rest would not have obtained the true spirit inheritance of 9 Mystical Tower. The true spirit cultivators Danju Laozu and Jiao Xian Laozu, who had already gone to the North Ice Plains, appeared at the bottom of this deep cave at the same time. This naturally proved that what the Longhuai ancestor said was true. Ever since the world was opened, all the true spirit cultivators who had entered the North Ice Plains had not left this world. Instead, their bodies and souls had been completely destroyed, and even their corpses had appeared here. This was indeed a huge conspiracy, a conspiracy that shook the entire cultivation world. Xiang Laozu, who was at the side, also spoke at this moment with a bitter smile. The one on the right is a true spirit cultivator from my goblin clan. General Yuan, do you know this person? General Yuan Poyu of the wise Great Ape clan, who had already been shocked by the truth in front of him, immediately came back to his senses. He looked at Xiang Laozu and said, this goblin clan senior should be the previous clan leader of the multicolored tiger clan. He went to the North Ice Plains after becoming a true spirit 200 years ago. The rise of the multicolored tiger clan in the recent hundreds of years is due to the foundation laid by this previous clan leader. The pure yang cultivator of the Purple Sun Palace snorted coldly. The Purple Sun Palace and the Western Wilderness Goblin Alliance had fought a series of battles, and the multicolored tiger clan was one of the important participants in the Goblin Alliance. When Yuan Poyu heard the pure yang cultivator of the Purple Sun Palace snorted, he said with a bitter smile, what's the point of being calculative about the gains and losses now? Everyone here is a top-notch existence in this world, and all of you have the possibility of becoming a true spirit cultivator in the future. What's the purpose of us cultivating to become pure yang and true spirits? Isn't it to break away from the barriers of this world? However, the formation that leads to this world in the North Ice Plains is actually a scheme like this. What's the point of us cultivating for hundreds or even thousands of years? Yuan Poyu's words caused many of the pure yang cultivators present to feel disheartened. There was no gate to this world at all, and true spirit cultivators entering the formation in the North Ice Plains would only lead to death. If they stayed in this world, they would only be waiting for heavenly punishment. Thousands of years of bitter cultivation in exchange for an existence with no future or future. It was fine if their lifespans were exhausted, but it was actually a situation where the heavens and earth could not tolerate them sending themselves to death. Then what was the point of bitter cultivation? Everyone here was people who had experienced hundreds or thousands of years of tempering. It could be said that everyone's temperament was firm and indomitable. However, when faced with such a scene where the faith and foundation in their hearts suddenly collapsed, endless despair surged in everyone's heart. They would die either way, so what was the point of cultivating? Of course it's useful. Xiao Baiyu loudly shouted, don't forget that the heaven-splitting 7th patriarch is not a being of our world, so where did they come from? If they can come here, then they naturally have a path to leave. So what if they do? The passage to the North Ice Plains is a trap. Other than the North Ice Plains, who else knows where the passage to the outside of this world is? Yuan Poyu clearly still had a pessimistic attitude. Since there's no other passage, then we'll continue to the North Ice Plains and open this passage. Easy for you to say. The person who could set up such a shocking trap must be the heaven-splitting 7th patriarch. Our cultivation originally originated from the 49 true teachings passed down by the heaven-splitting seventh patriarch. Do you think we can break through their trap? The heaven-splitting seventh patriarch, a heavy name, now represented a kind of betrayal to the entire cultivation world. At least in the eyes of Lu Ping and the others, it was a kind of betrayal. If the person who set up the trap was really the heaven-splitting seventh patriarch, then it was not a betrayal at all. Perhaps in their eyes, it was only a kind of harvest after paying a price. Lu Ping suddenly shouted, "Everyone, have we forgotten about the Longhuai ancestor? He can't even protect himself under the heavenly punishment, and whether he's still alive is a problem." Lu Ping smiled and said, "Don't you find it strange? From the beginning until the end, Ancestor Long Huai seemed to have expected everything that would occur since the beginning. In fact, all of these predictions of his have been verified before our very eyes. He even accurately calculated the 7-treasure lightning calabash, so could it be that he didn't think of the heavenly wrath?" "What do you mean?" Finally, a pure young cultivator asked, "Are you saying that this person can survive the heavenly punishment?" Lu Ping smiled calmly and said, "Surviving is not the key. The key is that although he's the blood descendant of Jiao Daoren, or even a backup clone of Jiao Daoren, he's also a living being of this world. A living being who has broken away from the shackles of Jiao Daoren and has his own consciousness. Let me ask you, under such circumstances, doesn't he want to break away from this world to find a higher starting point? Doesn't he want to live forever?" "What are you trying to say?" "What I want to say is," Lu Ping said solemnly, "the Longhuai ancestor is the same as us. He also wants to break away from this world. However, he also knows about the conspiracy of the northern ice plains since the creation of the heavens. So, doesn't his actions after becoming a true spirit prove something?" Xiang Laozu suddenly interrupted at this moment. "What Lu Xiaoyu means is that if the Longhuai ancestor really has the confidence to break away from the northern ice plains, there's no need for him to cause so much trouble?" "Exactly. Since that Longhuai also doesn't have the confidence to break away from the northern ice plains, then what's the point of saying all this?" Lu Ping lightly sighed in his heart. This kind of blow that came from faith seemed to have caused these existences that could summon the wind and summon the rain in the past to lose their basic ability to judge, or it could be said that they couldn't be bothered to think about it. Lu Ping explained helplessly, "That's naturally because the Longhuai ancestor has a way to open up a path to the outside world in the northern ice plains. However, it's clearly impossible for him to do it alone." Someone finally came to a realization and said, "He really has a way? Otherwise, why would he sit down and do all this?" Lu Ping replied resolutely, "Then should we go find him now? I hope he hasn't perished under the heavenly punishment. Everyone, what we need to do now isn't to find the Longhuai ancestor and ask him clearly, but to see if we can become a true spirit in 500 years and join forces with the Longhuai ancestor to enter the northern ice plains. Of course we need to find the Longhuai ancestor. Then shouldn't we discuss how to deal with these 3 altars and the 3 true spirit cultivators' corpses on them?" Origin Wine Laozu was already annoyed by these people. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that the Longhuai ancestor's plans were related to his life and death, Origin Wine Laozu would have chased these noisy pure yang cultivators away a long time ago. Those pure yang cultivators that had lost their confidence because of the 3 true spirit corpses had no chance of becoming a true spirit. Chapter 1511. Just as Yuan Jiao Laozu finished speaking, Lu Ping, who had been staring at the altar the whole time, suddenly cried out, "Look!" Yuan Jiao Laozu was startled. When he looked up, he saw that the altar below Danzhu Laozu's body suddenly lit up with a layer of blood-red light. Then, complex runes began to light up on the altar and the entire altar astonishingly turned into a formation. This deep cave was filled with spiritual energy. It was clear that it was where the Yuan family's large spiritual vein gathered. The 3 altars in front of them were right on top of the spiritual vein, allowing the formations on the 3 altars to be activated at any time. As the formation activated, Danzhu Laozu's body that was floating above the formation suddenly trembled. Strands of golden red light began to gather below Danzhu Laozu's body. Finally, a ball of golden light left Danju Laozu's body and crashed into the altar. After this ball of golden light left Danju Laozu's body, the originally lifelike Danju Laozu's body suddenly became abnormally gray. It was almost as gray as Jiao Xian Laozu's body on the left, but it looked much better than the multicolored tiger tribe leader's body on the right. Perhaps it was because he was the first of the 3 true spirit cultivators to enter the northern ice fields. The body of the multicolored tiger clan leader on the right looked like it was about to be eroded by the wind, perhaps because he was the first of the 3 true spirit cultivators to enter the northern ice fields. This looks like the source essence condensed in Danju Laozu's body after he advanced to the true spirit realm. Yuan Jiao Laozu asked in a surprised voice. His tone seemed to be filled with disbelief. Xiao Baiyu nodded and said, "It looks like it." After Danju Laozu died, the opponent used some unknown method to prevent the source essence in Danju Laozu's body from dissipating. Then they used this method to absorb this source essence. But what is this source essence used for? What is it used for? For a moment, everyone seemed to have thought of something. A howl came from afar, from small to loud. The altar shone brightly, but it did not come from Danju Laozu's altar, which had a lump of origin land absorbed earlier. Instead, it came from the altar under the multicolored tiger clan's patriarch on the right. A heavenly demon with a pale face fell out of the altar. Black soul-devouring mist seeped out from the heavenly demon's body and began to slowly gather. Following that, a few more flashes of light flashed one after another, and 4 azuras fell from the void above the altar one after another, just in time to guard the heavenly demon. It really is the source of Mara's appearance. After the true spirit cultivators that entered the northern ice plains fell, the source energy condensed in their bodies was actually the source of Mara's appearance. Xiao Baiyu's words made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. Right now, only the 3 true spirit cultivators could keep a clear head. This altar is also strange. It looks like a transport array, but it also looks like a spatial array. It can even absorb the source essence of a true spirit cultivator's corpse and use it to create Maras. Yuan Jiao Laozu seemed to have some knowledge of arrays. He didn't even consider Danju Laozu's corpse at this time, rather he wanted to know what use the altar in front of him had. This is a one-way transport array. I don't know where the starting point is. It seems like the 3 seniors' corpses came here through this transport array. Like this, the starting point of this single transport array should be the large array that connects the northern ice plains to the outside world. Xiang Laozu was also very knowledgeable. As a true spirit cultivator of the Bagui clan, he had a clear advantage over the other true spirit cultivators, which was his lifespan. With his long lifespan, Xiang Laozu had more time to study other things. In terms of knowledge, Xiang Laozu was confident he wouldn't lose to anyone. At this moment, the heavenly demon and the 4 azuras had already sensed the situation around them. Although the demonic luos were mostly unafraid of death, the heavenly demons and azuras had more or less learned to fear, perhaps because they were of a higher rank. If it was any other area, facing the 3 true spirit cultivators and the dozen pure yang cultivators in front of them, perhaps the heavenly demon and the azuras would have already run away. However, in this deep cave, the headless heavenly demon and the azura had nowhere to hide, so they could only risk their lives and charge towards the group. This time, there was no need for the pure yang cultivators to make a move. In order not to interrupt the discussion between the 3 true spirit cultivators, the 3 true spirit cultivators acted at the same time. The heavenly demon and the 4 azura returned to the world before they could reach the 3 of them. However, blood still dripped out of the heavenly devil's body after it was killed. Thinking back to the reddish-gold color he had seen when he extracted the essence from Patriarch Pilvermillion's body, Yang Qi guessed that it was because of the blood mixed in. After this heavenly demon and 4 azuras perished, the multicolored tiger clan's clan leader, who had been floating above the sacrificial altar earlier, finally turned into a puff of ashes. The ball of light that enveloped him also slowly dissipated. Looks like each true spirit senior's corpse can summon more than 1 batch of Mara. However, compared to the corpses of the other 2 true spirit seniors, the origin condensed in each true spirit cultivator's corpse can summon at least 3 batches of Mara, and they are high-level Mara like the Heavenly Demon and the Azura. After absorbing the origin energy, the process of nurturing Mara should take quite a long time. That multicolored tiger clan leader entered the northern ice plains 200 years ago, and according to the 4 batches of high-level Mara that were summoned after being absorbed, it would take at least 50 years for each batch to be nurtured. That should be the case, otherwise the great calamity of Mara would not happen once in 1,000 years. After this multicolored tiger clan leader's corpse, who do you think will be the next true spirit cultivator to be sent over? Everyone was speechless at the same time, falling into a strange silence for a moment. It seems like after Martial Uncle Danju went to the northern ice plains, I haven't heard of any true spirit cultivators from the cultivation world going to the northern ice plains. As soon as Yuan Jiao Laozu's voice fell, the altar where the multicolored tiger clan leader was before suddenly flashed with the special white light of a teleportation array. After the light fell, a female true spirit cultivator's body suddenly appeared on the altar. A ball of light gathered from the altar and wrapped around the female true spirit cultivator's body before slowly rising up and floating above the altar. Who is this person? Xiao Baiyu asked Yuan Jiao Laozu and Xiang Laozu. I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any female true spirit cultivators among the 5 sacred grounds. Yuan Jiao Laozu shook his head, then looked at the surrounding pure yang cultivators, as if testing if his words were correct. She doesn't look like a Yao cultivator. Xiang Laozu also shook his head. That means she might be a hidden cultivator. Yuan Jiao Laozu guessed. After all, there are too many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this world. There might be powerful existences that we've never heard of. Not long after the female true spirit cultivator appeared on the altar, the strange runes on the altar appeared again. Strands of source essence were extracted from the female true spirit cultivator's body, gradually gathering into a cyan red light that was injected into the altar. The female true spirit cultivator's body also started to dim, but it was much better than Danju Laozu and Jioshuan Laozu beside him. It seems like every true spirit cultivator can have their source essence extracted at least 4 times in this altar. 4 times in 200 years, 3 altars, and the cycle of the great calamity of Mara is 1,000 years. In other words, there will be at least 60 extraterrestrial demons and more than 200 Azuras here in 1,000 years. Where do the large and small Mara, as well as the blood Mara and jade Mara come from? In short, this deep cave is far from enough. Or it could be said that this deep cave under the Yuan family is where the sky demons and Azuras come from. There are other things like the deep cave altars in other places, so there can be other high-level Mara and large and small Mara coming from there. That's reasonable. Since it's like this, we should just destroy this altar. Let's bury this deep cave too. It's better if we don't, we should just destroy the altar. It's best if we send people to monitor this deep cave to prevent other accidents from happening. Hong. The 3 altars were destroyed by the 3 true spirit cultivators. The source Wine Laozu said to the surrounding pure yang cultivators, everyone here has personally seen what the Longhuai ancestor has done and what we will do after today. I hope that when we return to our sects and tribes, we can spread this news. Even if the Yuan family is not the mastermind behind this plot, they are still the main accomplice. Therefore, from now on, the Yuan family will no longer exist in this world. Moreover, Patriarch Long Huai's words from before have already been verified. Everyone, cultivate properly. Earlier, all of us who had just advanced into the true spirit realm made a 500-year agreement with Patriarch Long Huai. In 500 years, all of us will head to the northern ice plains together to find out the truth. Whether we live or die will depend on this trip. If everyone is willing, then we'll head there together. Chapter 1512. Yuan Jiao Laozu brought back Danju Laozu's corpse, while Jiao Xian Laozu's and the female true spirit cultivator's corpses were buried by everyone nearby. After all, they were true spirit cultivators, and out of the most basic respect, no one could bear to abandon them. Many pure yang cultivators joined hands to make a simple but extremely grand funeral. Although the sacrificial altar in the deep cave where Shang Mountain was located had been destroyed, there was still an extremely strong evil aura emanating from the deep cave. This evil aura would not cause any harm to high-level cultivators, but if an Earth-stage cultivator stayed in the evil aura for too long, they would lose their minds. So in the end, some people were left to guard the place. These people were able to use the source of a fallen true spirit cultivator to create Mara's method, which was enough to make everyone feel a lingering fear. The Battle of Shang Mountain spread throughout the entire cultivation world with the return of many pure Yang cultivators. The Yuan clan suddenly fell from the clouds, and the disciples of the Yuan clan who were respected by everyone in the past had now become street rats. Although the base of the Yuan clan had been completely destroyed, many disciples of the Yuan clan were still scattered throughout the cultivation world. During the Battle of Shang Mountain, many disciples of the Yuan clan had secretly escaped, but now these people had become the targets of the entire cultivation world's encirclement. Soon, when the cultivators surrounded some disciples of the Yuan clan who were scattered throughout the cultivation world but did not receive the news that the Yuan clan had been destroyed, they dug out caves similar to the ones in Shang Mountain from the depths of their base. There were also a number of Mara, the same sacrificial altar, and the same strange array hidden in them. The only difference was that these altars did not have the source of a true spirit cultivator for them to extract. Instead, they used the operation of the array on the sacrificial altar to collect a kind of evil aura from the soil, and this evil aura was exactly the same as the evil aura that had been emitted in the depths of Shang Mountain. In order to figure out this situation, under the entrustment of Yuanjiu Laozu and the others, Lu Ping once again went to the Donghai perished secret land to consult the Longhuai ancestor. After the Battle of Mount Shang, old ancestor Long Huai shattered the 7 thunder treasures calabash and attracted the heavenly punishment. However, old ancestor Long Huai relied on his powerful cultivation to persevere all the way to the Eastern Sea's secret perished ground. Then, with the help of the myriad Empyrean poison wall, he used some unknown method to deceive the heavenly punishment. However, the Longhuai ancestor still suffered extremely serious injuries because of this. Lu Ping and the others originally planned to come to the perished secret land after the Battle of Shang Mountain, but they learned that the Longhuai ancestor was injured and needed to Luo Ping and needed to come to heal. 50 years later, when Lu Ping came to consult the Longhuai ancestor curled his lips and said, "There is nothing much to say about this evil spirit. It is just the evil spirit of a cultivator who has fallen, the killing spirit." Killing spirit? Evil spirit? The Longhuai ancestor nodded. His injuries had not fully healed, and his face still looked a little gloomy. Obviously, the heavenly punishment 50 years ago had a great impact on him. However, he still explained to Lu Ping, "These are all the works of Peng Daoren. Peng Doran's puppet secret technique is unparalleled in the world. However, in the memory that Jiao Daoren left me, it recorded that Peng Daoren once obtained some incomplete books about the cultivation of the demon race and the Azura race. I think the Mara in this world was created by combining these incomplete books with his puppet secret technique." At this point, the Longhuai ancestor seemed to have completely transformed into Jiao Daoren. Even the corners of his mouth curled up in disdain towards Peng Daoren. He said, "What Azura? The true demon race and the Azura race roam the universe. They are not weaker than the heavenly Ping, divine dragon, and other races. How can these random things in his hands be compared to them? This is an insult to the demon race and the Azura race." "Senior, you mean that the mastermind behind these things is Peng Daoren?" The Longhuai ancestor looked at Lu Ping and nodded, "That's right." "Only Peng Daoren?" The Longhuai ancestor thought for a moment and said, "In the memories that I received about Jiao Daoren, these are all Peng Daoren's arrangements and conspiracies." "Then when did Senior obtain these memories from Jiao Daoren?" "Brat, don't you believe in the old man?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "This brat is too rash. Let me change my question. Where did these slaughter chi and baleful chi come from?" "Naturally, they come from the grudges and killings in this world." "Then why did Peng Daoren do this?" The Longhuai ancestor narrowed his eyes and said, "Yes, why? Jiao Daoren's memories tell me that Peng Daoren is not dead. He should still be in this world. These Mara's calamity, slaughter chi, and baleful qi should be related to his escape. This is also the root cause of the Mara's calamity. Peng Daoren is not dead? Senior, do you mean that the other Laozu may be dead? The Longhuai ancestor suddenly became alert. He stared at Lu Ping with a faint smile and said, "Brat, are you trying to get information from the old man?" Don't worry. The old man is not afraid to tell you that there are some things that even the old man only knows a little through the memories of Jiao Daoren. But I believe that all the mysteries will be revealed after 450 years. At that time, you will naturally know everything. Now you should think about how to condense the real spirit. When Lu Ping left the secret place, he thought of the few lines of words that Jiao Daoren left on Luan Daoist's handkerchief. The Battle of the North Sea is related to the Xiantian. For you, I will kill all the way to the heaven and earth, only death awaits. Jinling, North Sea. The giant island of Failing Island had merged with Tianling Island in Jinling to form a new giant island, True Spirit Island. With the addition of the two spiritual veins, there were almost more than 2 giant spiritual veins on True Spirit Island. There were pavilions everywhere, green trees, dense spiritual qi, and dense spiritual gardens. True Spirit Island now looked like a paradise on earth. The foundation and momentum of a big sect were completely visible on this island. At this time, behind the top of Tianling Mountain, there was a chaos that people could not see clearly. At night, one could see that behind the top of Tianling Mountain, there were 7 stars in the shape of a spoon, shining dazzlingly in the void. These 7 stars were not any of the limited dark stars that could be seen in the night sky of this world. In fact, they were not real stars, but the real body of the 7-star grotto heaven. In just a few more days, the 7-star grotto heaven could truly be fixed on True Spirit Island. The 7-star grotto heaven was not like Failing Island. It was a spatial spiritual treasure that swam in the void. Although Jinling had set up a formation on Huangli Island to capture the 7-star grotto heaven's body in the void, the foundation of the 7-star grotto heaven's existence was dependent on the void. Therefore, although Jinling had moved the 7-star grotto heaven to True Spirit Island, the 7-star grotto heaven still had to stay in the void. As a result, it looked unusually illusory, like the stars in the sky. Although the location of the 7-star grotto heaven had not been fixed in the void, Jinling could already enter and exit it at will. Therefore, a comprehensive survey of the 7-star grotto heaven was already in progress. Apart from the group of palaces in the center of the 7-star grotto heaven that was sealed by the void formation, almost all the other areas in the 7-star grotto heaven had been surveyed. On the other hand, the void grand array formation that sealed the 7 Stars Palace was created by the 7-star gentleman. It consisted of 5 true spirit realm cultivators and 2 pure yang realm cultivators. Even if Zhenling's sect knew the structure of the grand array formation, Lu Ping wouldn't be able to open it before he became a true spirit. Inside the true spirit hall, the sect master Lu Tianling saw that Lu Ping had returned and said, "Uncle Master Tian Shui's lifespan is coming to an end. It should be soon. If you have time, you can go to Frost Island and send her on her last journey." Another first-generation cultivator of the sect was going to die. At this moment, even Lu Ping himself was filled with sadness. Jinling was thriving, while the older generation of cultivators was gradually dying. Not only the first-generation cultivators, but many second-generation cultivators who were close to Lu Ping were also gradually dying because they did not achieve the Dharma realm. Lu Ping sighed and said, "Disciple understands. I wonder how Senior Grandmaster Tian Xiang is doing now." Lu Tianling said, "He is still quite healthy. The backlash from using the 7-colored feather has already healed, but he is still a person with a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. How many more years does he have left?" Uncle Master Tian Shui's death was a big blow to him, who is used to seeing life and death. After all, our sect only has 2 first-generation cultivators left. After saying that, both of them felt touched, but for a moment, they were silent. After a long time, Lu Tianling said, "Your 5th senior sister is still not willing to return to North Sea?" Lu Ping smiled awkwardly and said, "A few days ago, Uncle Master Tian Qin also went to East Sea to persuade her, but senior sister said that North Sea's climate is too cold compared to East Sea, so she is not willing to go north. Maybe she still can't get over it. Lu Tunling sighed and said, "Forget it, let her be." In the blink of an eye, Lu Tianling stared at Lu Ping with a smile that was not a smile and said, "I heard that Tianying is already pregnant. Have you been accompanying her in East Sea?" Lu Ping was even more embarrassed. His face and ears were red, but he did not know what to say. In the end, it was Lu Tianling who said, "When the child grows up, bring him back to North Sea and let me see him." Lu Ping hurriedly nodded and agreed. Chapter 1513. Dad. Dad. When Lu Chenjiang and Lu Chenyu saw Lu Ping return from the teleportation array, they quickly went up to greet him. Lu Ping glanced at the two of them, and a hint of relief flashed across his face. He then said in a serious tone, "What are you two little brats up to this time?" Lu Chenjiang laughed foolishly, but didn't say anything. Lu Chenyu's eyes darted around, and she quickly went up to Lu Ping and hugged his arm. She said in a sweet voice, "Dad, brother and I are going to Scarlet Mist Island for an adventure." Lu Ping laughed involuntarily. "Scarlet Mist Island? Does your mother agree?" Lu Chenjiang's silly smile immediately turned into one of embarrassment. Lu Chenyu looked at her brother and rolled her eyes at him. She shook Lu Ping's arm and said, Dad, Mom is in charge of the entire Huangli Island now. She doesn't have time to care about us. Just let us go. Besides, it's not just the two of us. There are a few other martial nephews with similar cultivation as us. If everyone goes, it won't be good if only the two of us don't go." Lu Chenjiang nodded vigorously, agreeing with his sister. Lu Ping glanced at the two's necks and found that they were wearing a sword-shaped ornament. He smiled and said, "You two are now blood condensation cultivators. The North Sea is very safe now, so you two can go wherever you want. But as for Scarlet Mist Island, just play on the outside. Don't go into the depths of the island. With your cultivation, it will be very bad if you go there." Lu Chenyu was overjoyed to hear her father agree. She jumped and shook Lu Ping's arm, saying, "I know, Dad. Your daughter knows that Dad is the best." Seeing his son and daughter happily walking out of the island, Lu Ping smiled and shook his head, then walked towards the depths of the island. When Lu Chenjiang and Lu Chenyu saw Lu Ping's figure disappear, they immediately jumped up. Lu Chenyu clapped her hands and said, "Dad finally agreed to let us leave the island." Lu Chenjiang's face was also full of joy as he said, "Yes, this time we can travel the entire North Sea." When he spoke up to hear, Lu Chenjiang seemed to have thought of something and said, Why don't we not go to the Eastern Sea? If father and mother find out, they'll definitely be worried." Lu Chenyu rolled her eyes and said, Brother, we already agreed. Why did you change your mind? What's so fun about the North Sea? I've secretly read the travel records of our father when he was young. The East Sea is much bigger than the North Sea. Moreover, when our father was our age, he had already occupied a small island in the East Sea perished mystery land with his bare hands. Do you think we can't beat our father if we work together? Lu Chenyu paused here, then looked at Lu Chenjiang provocatively and said, "Brother, you can't be afraid, right?" When Lu Chenjiang heard this, his face instantly turned red. He said, "Who's afraid?" "I'm afraid that you'll encounter danger in the Eastern Sea. I've also read Father's travel records. The perished mystery land is very chaotic, but if Father can do it, I can do it too." Lu Chenyu clapped her hands and said with a smile, "That's right. We have a lot of talisman treasures, talisman weapons, magic treasures, and talismans from our father, mother, and martial uncles. Even a core forging cultivator wouldn't be able to bear the consequences with just a few of them. We should be thanking the heavens if we don't cause trouble. Who would dare to provoke us? Besides, Aunt Ing is in the Eastern Sea. Even if we encounter danger, we can go to Hearing Waves Island to find Aunt Ing. Aunt Ing is a mid-Dharma adept. Jingzha Island also has Uncle Master Tianqin, so it's very safe. Also, I heard that Aunt Ing gave birth to a daughter for father. We have a little sister now. We haven't seen her yet. When the time comes, we can also go to Hearing Waves Island to visit Aunt Ing and see our little sister. Lu Chenjiang was convinced by his sister's detailed analysis. After all, he himself wanted to go out and play, but he couldn't find a good excuse. This time, the two of them had found a chance. When Lu Ping returned from the Central Plains, it was just in time for the divine fox to give birth. It was a pair of twins, Lu Chenjiang and Lu Chenyu. Because of Lu Ping, although the two of them were minor repairs as junior, their seniority was extremely high. The outstanding disciples of the fourth generation of Zhenling, such as Wang Tianqi, had already entered the Dharma stage. The fifth generation disciples were also starting to enter the Golden Core stage. The sixth generation disciples, who were similar in age to the two of them, would have to greet them as Master whenever they saw them. It could be said that the two of them had been doted on by almost everyone since they were born. In addition, the two of them had good potential and were diligent in their training. Now, they had already entered the late blood condensation stage. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Ping was afraid that the two of them would bite off more than they could chew, he would have already started to condense his golden core. After the two of them entered the blood condensation stage, they inherited the same bloodline as Lu Ping. Furthermore, their bloodlines were extremely pure. Lu Ping had already expected this. His bloodline was extremely strong, to a certain extent, almost on par with the bloodline of a true dragon. Furthermore, he was born after achieving the pure yang stage, so his bloodline was naturally strong. However, in terms of the element of the technique, Lu Chenjiang had the wood element of the flood dragon bloodline. This was more like the talent of the divine fox. Lu Chenyu, on the other hand, had the same water element bloodline as Lu Ping. After entering the blood condensation stage, she also trained in the soaring dragon galaxy technique. As for the technique that Lu Chenjiang used, although Zhenling already had several techniques that could directly connect to the true soul level, Lu Ping still specially made a trip to the East Sea for it. He used the portion of the soaring dragon galaxy technique before Lu Ping achieved the true soul level, which was the North Sea wave listening technique that Lu Ping had previously trained in, to exchange for the technique that the Longhuai ancestor practiced. The green dragon longevity technique. This was also the cultivation technique of the true soul level. The Longhuai ancestor even specially explained the green dragon bloodline to Lu Ping. Little did he know that Lu Ping actually knew much more about this than he did. When Lu Ping arrived at the cave abode, he saw that Lu Dagui had already been waiting there for a long time. Now that Lu Dagui had inherited the Bagui bloodline, his cultivation had climbed all the way to the Dharma stage. Master, do you need to follow the two young masters when they go out on a trip? Lu Ping shook his head and pointed at Lu Dagui helplessly. I already told you that we should address each other as brothers, but you never changed your mind. This master makes me feel uncomfortable. Lu Dagui smiled, but did not change his mind. Lu Ping continued, ignore them for now. The two of them have the thin water flowing sword with them. No one in the North Sea can hurt them. Lu Dagui still said in a low voice, I'm afraid that the two young masters have gone out of the North Sea. Lu Ping was startled and said, what are these two little rascals up to? Lu Dagui said, these two young masters have heard from Mistress that Madame Ying had given birth to a daughter. They wanted to go to the East Sea to see Madame Ying's daughter. After being reprimanded by Mistress, the two young masters have been in Master's cave abode to look at the travel records that Master left behind when he was training in the East Sea. Lu Ping laughed and scolded, these two little rascals, they even dare to lie to me. Lu Dagui said, do I need to call the two young masters back? Lu Ping waved his hand and said, no need. Since they want to go out alone, it's good. Dagui, you can follow them secretly. Don't save them unless it's a life or death situation. It's good to let them train, lest they are spoiled in the North Sea and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Chapter 15-14. Have you figured it out? Lu Ping asked as soon as he saw Yin Tianchu and Lu Tianyuan. Lu Tianyuan nodded and said, yes. That Yuan Feixiang was most likely hiding in Xianling sect. Our spies in Xianling sect even saw Ouyang Weijian at that time. Lu Ping nodded and said, Xianling sect has long been on our weakening list. Both our sect and Xianling sect are well aware of this. It's just a matter of time. Previously, we didn't have the time to care about it, but now, we have no choice but to remove this hidden danger. Yin Tianchu suddenly asked, time? Yin Tianchu and Xianling sect had a grudge against each other. Over the years, many Xianling sect cultivators had died in his hands, both openly and secretly, especially his two disciples. Back then, in order to train these two disciples, many North Sea cultivators had died in their hands. Under Xianling sect's covert instigation, the entire North Sea cultivation world had almost turned against Xianling sect's disciples. Lu Ping was naturally aware of this. Lu Ping smiled and did not answer Yin Tianchu. Instead, he said, I won't be involved in this matter. I'm afraid the martial uncles and martial uncles won't interfere either. It's all up to you. Lu Tianyuan obviously did not expect Lu Ping to withdraw. He was stunned and asked, what's wrong? Lu Ping smiled helplessly and said, something has happened in the Central Plains. The Central Plains cultivation world has found out about what happened at Yingshan Courtyard. Now, Tianxian sect and Wuxing School are planning to join forces to force us out of Hebei's cultivation world. Lu Tianyuan frowned and said, Tianxian sect? Lu Ping nodded and said, even the Crystal Palace didn't manage to extend their influence to the Middle Mainland years ago, but our school did it quietly. Although the Wuxing School and the Tianxian sect are fighting against each other, they are surprisingly consistent on the issue of the invasion of the overseas forces. Lu Tianyuan snorted coldly. If it was in the past, our sect would naturally have to be careful, but now that the 9 Profound Tower is gone, Skyrend has already extended his influence into the Middle Earth, completely disregarding the Heavenly Moon sect's reputation. The Yuan clan has been destroyed, and Ziyang Palace, Wuxing School, and the Heavenly Profound sect are also fighting over the power gap left by the Yuan clan. In addition to the hidden danger of Mara appearing from time to time, the Middle Earth has completely fallen into chaos. The old structure has long been broken, so how can they still care about the cultivation world of Hebei? Lu Ping said, at the very least, they still have to put on an act. Furthermore, I'm afraid that there will be other variables. Following the rise of Zhenling and the fact that the Wuxing School and the Tianxian sect were fighting over the power gap left by the Yuan clan, Yingshan Courtyard had also changed its low-profile development and slowly infiltrated into the Hebei cultivation world. Instead, it had begun to expand openly. In reality, the higher-ups of Zhenling, including Lu Ping, knew that once Yingshan Courtyard began to expand, Zhenling would not be able to hide it. Yingshan Courtyard had already reached the limit of its expansion under its slow infiltration mode. Since that was the case, Zhenling simply took advantage of the chaos after the destruction of the Yuan clan and began to openly invade the Hebei cultivation world. First, Jiang Tianlin and Tian Xiang Laozu personally went to Yingshan Courtyard to hold the fort. Then, Chu Tiancheng Laozu, who had just passed the second lightning tribulation and became a grand cultivator, also rushed to the Central Plains to hold the fort. In addition, Zhenling had placed all of its focus on the Central Plains. There were a total of more than 10 Dharma adepts among the third-generation disciples and hundreds of core forging disciples who had rushed to the Central Plains. Zhenling had invested almost half of the entire sect's resources. After Chu Tiancheng Laozu had recovered from his injuries using the source panacea made from the Samling 5 Elements leaf, perhaps it was due to the strong medicinal effects of the Samling 5 Elements leaf that had helped Laozu not only recover from his injuries, but his cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds in the following 200 years. In the past few years, he had even surpassed Tianshan Laozu and successfully advanced to the late Dharma adepts. Furthermore, from Lu Ping's point of view, the current Tiancheng Laozu had even surpassed his teacher Lu Tianling and Mei Tianqin in terms of potential. He was close to Jiang Tianlin's. After Zhenling started his offensive in the Hebei cultivation world, in the first few years, Zhenling was indeed invincible. He had swept through almost half of the Hebei cultivation world. All the sects in the Hebei cultivation world, big and small, either surrendered to him or moved their sects to the south. If there were any who resisted, Zhenling did not mind killing them as a warning to others. Until recently, the 3 great cultivators of Tianxian sect, Lian Nan, Qing Li, and Wuxing School's pure yang cultivator, Xue Lingzi, all went to the Hebei cultivation world. At the same time, the two sects sent a note to Junling to withdraw from Central Earth in the name of an alliance. Only then did Junling stop his offensive in the Hebei cultivation world. Both sides faced each other along the banks of Ing River. At this time, news of Tian Shui Laozu's critical illness came from the North Sea. At the same time, the suppression of Xianling sect was about to begin. Tian Xiang Laozu rushed back to the North Sea overnight to see Tian Shui Laozu. At the same time, he also wanted to deal with his old friend, Dao Xing Laozu, who was both an enemy and a friend. Thus, Lu Ping came to Central Earth to prepare to settle the dispute. "Uncle Master, how's the situation?" Lu Ping's arrival caused Junling to heave a sigh of relief. Jiang Tianlin said, "The situation is not looking good." This time, Wuxing School and Tianxian sect came with great momentum. The other party did not make a move. It is obvious that they are wary of your presence. Otherwise, Junior Chu and I would not be able to stop the opponent's pure young cultivator, Laozu. Something is not right with Tianxian sect's Lian Nan. Chu Tiancheng Laozu said as he pondered. Lu Ping asked curiously, "What do you mean?" "That old fellow's aura is very strange. It seems like he has been hiding something. However, he should also be training in a fire-based technique. The old man is very sensitive to it. This fellow doesn't seem to be at the late Dharma stage." Lu Ping's expression was solemn. "Uncle Master, do you mean that Lian Nan Laozu has passed the pure yang lightning tribulation?" Chu Tiancheng Laozu hesitated for a while, but finally nodded. Jiang Tianlin Laozu did not quite believe it. He said in surprise, "That's impossible. At this time, a great cultivator from Tianxian sect would dare to pass the pure yang lightning tribulation?" Lu Ping let out a long sigh and said, "Let's stop for now. Let's take over half of the Hebei training world first. I'm afraid that Qi Fan Laozu is already close to attaining the pure yang lightning tribulation." Qi Fan Laozu had not appeared in the training world before. He was not like Xiao Baiyu or Lu Tianping. There were still people in the training world who had been coveting the pure yang lightning tribulation in his and Full Moon Laozu's hands. At this time, the Tianxian sect should prioritize stability. The few great cultivators who were in charge of the sect would definitely not summon the pure yang lightning tribulation unless it was absolutely necessary. This was because if they failed, the Tianxian sect's foundation would be damaged. Now that Lian Nan Laozu had passed the pure yang lightning tribulation, there was only one possibility. Qi Fan Laozu was close to attaining the pure yang lightning tribulation. The Tianxian sect was no longer afraid of any great cultivators getting hurt. Chapter 15:15. 7 Fan Laozu has become a true spirit? Jiang Tianlin Laozu suddenly understood and said, "No wonder, with this, it is understandable that the profound sky sect is so strong, but so what if he has become a true spirit? Could it be that the profound sky sect also has a small thousand world formed from a spatial spirit treasure? If not, then what is there to be afraid of? In a year, we will have no choice but to go to the northern ice plains, and which true spirit cultivator would dare to go to the northern ice plains now?" After the Battle of Shang Mountain, the Yuan family had become the public enemy of the entire cultivation world, but the northern ice plains had also become the nightmare of all the true spirit cultivators in the cultivation world. Since the beginning of the world, there had been countless seniors who had become true spirits, and no one dared to say that they were better than their seniors. However, from the looks of it, no one could escape from the northern ice plains, so where should these true spirit cultivator go? Was there any other way to leave this world? Or was there even a way to directly break through the void of this world and leave? In the past few decades, it wasn't that no one had done this, but even now, they still couldn't find a single clue. All of the true spirit cultivators had secretly sent their disciples to the Eastern Sea to pay a visit to the Longhuai ancestor. Since he was able to detect the conspiracy that had been going on since the beginning of the world, then he was naturally the most likely person to know the solution. However, the Longhuai ancestors' reply to everyone was a 500-year true spirit pact. 500 years. Not every true spirit cultivator could wait 500 years, And not everyone could control a small thousand world to avoid the rejection of this world. All of them, including old Ancestor 7 fans, were only allowed to stay in this world for a year after they attained the true spirit realm, otherwise, they would suffer the wrath of the heavens. He didn't think that he would be able to avoid the wrath of the heavens like old Ancestor Long Huai had. Although the Long Huai ancestor could withstand the heavenly punishment and escape back to the fallen secret land, he didn't dare to come out of the firmament poison wall anymore. Once he came out, he would face the heavenly punishment lightning tribulation. The Long Huai ancestor could resist it for a while, but he couldn't resist it forever. Therefore, old Ancestor 7 fans should be on the verge of advancing to the true spirit realm, and he can take that step at any time. However, he doesn't dare to take that step, nor can he. Only by maintaining his current state will he be able to stay in this world for a longer period of time, and only then will he be able to intimidate more people. Once he takes that step, it will only take him a year. But if that's the case, why did he wait 500 years at the edge of advancing to the true spirit realm? Oh no, there are only 400 years left. Tiancheng Laozu obviously did not believe it. That's right. Lu Ping couldn't help but look towards the southeast. The 7th fan Laozu can't hold on for 500 years. Although he has comprehended the threshold of advancing to the true spirit realm, he has a lifespan of 1,300 to 1,400 years. How can he wait for 400 years? Then where did the Tianxian sect get the courage to fight against us? Do they want to have a moment of pleasure? The current Jinling's foundation might be inferior to the Tianxian sects, but the current Jinling's momentum was not inferior to those Holy Land sects at all. It was even better than the large sects with a long history like the Tianxian sect and the Heavenly Moon sect. The reason was because of the world's #1 Puryang North Sea Water Sword Immortal Lu Tianping, the True Spirit Inheritance, and the Mini-Thousand World. With these three suppressing the sect, in the eyes of the entire cultivation world, as long as the Jinling didn't have an irreconcilable internal conflict, becoming a holy land was just a matter of time. Lu Ping was silent for a while, as if he was thinking about something. After a long time, he said, "At first, this was also what puzzled this disciple, but when I mentioned the Long Huai ancestor, this disciple suddenly thought of the myriad poison sky wall." Jiang Tianlin was startled and said, "It can't be. Did the Long Huai ancestor agree to let the 7th fan Laozu go to the fallen secret land after becoming a true spirit?" Tiancheng Laozu said with a smile, "Impossible. Didn't they say that the Mini-Thousand World can only hide one true spirit cultivator?" At this time, Lu Ping said seriously, "It may not be so. Don't forget that the myriad poison sky wall is not a Mini-Thousand World. It is a large formation laid by Jiao Daoren. The Long Huai ancestor can even avoid the heavenly punishment in it, so it is not impossible to add a true spirit cultivator. You must know that the passage to the outside of this world in the North Ice Field is the foundation of the cultivation world. The Long Huai ancestor also wants to break through the barriers of this world and enter the starry sky world to pursue the illusory longevity and freedom, so he made this 500-year agreement with the true spirits in the world. These 500-year agreement are used to accumulate strength, not only to accumulate the strength of the spirit demon clan, but also to accumulate the strength of the true spirit cultivators in this world. A true spirit cultivator like the 7th fan Laozu, if he can provide help, he will not refuse." Jiang Tianlin was shocked and said, "So, this time in the Hebei cultivation world, it is also you who revealed your identity and fought with the sects of the Central Plains." Lu Ping nodded and said, "Yes, this disciple will advance to the true spirit cultivator within 100 years. If it is delayed for 1 or 2 years, it will only be 30 or 20 years. For the rest of the time, I am afraid I can only stay in the 7-star grotto heaven. If I cannot take advantage of the chaos in the Central Plains to establish a strong enough foundation for the sect in these 100 years, in the future, I am afraid that the sect will become a true holy land in the cultivation world for 1 or 2,000 years, and this is under the condition that there is no external interference." Speaking up to here, everyone was silent. After a while, Tiancheng Laozu said, "There is one thing that the old man does not understand. The Long Huai ancestor's sky wall of myriad poisons is so miraculous. Once Long Huai goes to the North Sea, at that time, whether he leaves this world or dies, wouldn't it be coveted by others? You should know that it's something that can even avoid heavenly punishment. If there's an existence that can protect more than 2 true spirit cultivators, I'm afraid all the true spirit cultivators in the world who don't have any foundation will fight to go there. Without Ancestor Long Huai's spirit demon clan, how can they protect this foundation? Lu Ping shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Disciple does not know what the Longhuai ancestor intends to do." However, the Longhuai ancestor once told Disciple that only he can utilize the sky wall of myriad poisons. I presume that after he leaves, the sky wall of myriad poisons will probably lose its former miraculousness. I just don't know if others will believe it at that time. However, if the path to the outside of this world is opened and the situation outside is understood, then at that time, I presume that not many true spirit cultivators would be willing to stay in this world. This was obviously something that even Lu Ping could only guess, and he did not have much confidence. Right at this moment, the profound sky sects Lian Nan Laozu and the Wuxing school's Shui Lingzi seemed to have found out about Lu Ping's arrival, so they sent disciples to invite Lu Ping for a chat. Lu Ping smiled and said, "Looks like they have really joined forces. However, it is impossible to spit out what has already been taken. Let's see what these two are planning." While Lu Ping was discussing the ownership of Hebei's cultivation world with the 2 pure young cultivators from the Wuxing school and the profound sky sect, at the same time, a storm of blood arose in the North Sea's Jinling. Chapter 15:16. Ouyang Weijian had always thought that he was at least the second most powerful cultivator in the entire North Sea. If it weren't for the freak Lu Tianping, the power that Jinling had achieved in the North Sea would have been something that Xianling sect could have achieved in a few decades or centuries. Similarly, the position that Lu Tianping had achieved in the North Sea should have been the position that Ouyang Weijian would have achieved hundreds of years later. How did Jinling produce a person like Lu Tianping? Every time he thought of Lu Tianping, Ouyang Weijian's heart bled. How did he end up living in the same world as this person, and in the North Sea, which was already a small place? It was all because of this person. If it weren't for this person, he could have led Xianling sect to achieve the greatness that Jinling had today. But now, his passion and ambition had been crushed by this person's strength. He even had to roam to other cultivation areas like a criminal, just to avoid the possibility of being killed by this person. He knew very well what he meant to Xianling sect. Once he was suppressed by Jinling, Xianling sect would almost lose its last chance to revive. Therefore, he could only hide. Even if he wanted to return to the sect, he had to sneak around while Lu Tianping was not in the North Sea. As long as Lu Tianping was not in the North Sea, Ouyang Weijian didn't think that anyone in the North Sea cultivation world could do anything to him. He had once sought protection from the Crystal Palace. Although he had been looked down upon by many cultivators of the same generation, and even ostracized and guarded against him, he had also truly learned the Dharma spells of the Crystal Palace. He was originally a person with a lot of luck, and he was the most talented cultivator among the 3rd generation of cultivators in the entire cultivation world. In order to learn the true Dharma spells of the Crystal Palace, he didn't even hesitate to slow down his cultivation pace and let the Crystal Palace's guard against him. However, he was confident that under the same cultivation level, his strength was no weaker than the top 3 direct disciples of the Crystal Palace. With such strength, if Lu Tianping were not in the North Sea, no one in the entire North Sea cultivation world would be able to do anything to me. Therefore, when he heard from the East Sea that Jinling had already set up a hidden chess piece in the cultivation world of Hebei, although he was shocked by Jinling's plan and glad that Jinling seemed to have activated his own plan too early, he immediately realized that this might be an opportunity for Xianling sect to turn the tables. Therefore, after secretly returning to North Sea to help Yuan soar, Ouyang Weijian returned to North Sea again. He wanted to observe the situation in Central Plains first. If Jinling was really delayed in Central Plains, then Xianling sect would immediately stab Jinling in the back. On Mystic Spirit Island, Dao Sheng Laozu was preaching to the sect's disciples in the Mystic Spirit Temple. Looking at the withered disciples in the temple and the fact that there were barely any talented disciples in the younger generation, Dao Sheng Laozu couldn't help but feel disheartened. Over the years, with Zhenling's strong revival, the entire North Sea's cultivation world with a little bit of talent was recruited by Zhenling. Even Xianling sect's strictly controlled sphere of influence was secretly infiltrated by Zhenling. Some families and forces that were originally affiliated with Xianling sect secretly sent their outstanding disciples to Zhenling. Dao Sheng Laozu was well aware of this, but he couldn't do anything about it. Now, Xianling sect could only choose some of the remaining disciples from Zhenling's selection. This situation was not only limited to Xianling sect, but also in other North Sea sects such as Haiyan sect and Shuiyan Pavilion. Their situation was even worse than Zhenling's. Dao Sheng Laozu's mind was filled with thoughts, but he quickly gathered all his attention. The sect's inheritance had to continue, no matter how difficult it was. He was very clear about his weight in the sect. Once even he began to lose confidence, then Xianling sect would really collapse. No matter what, he had to ensure that Xianling sect's inheritance would not be cut off. As long as the inheritance continued, Xianling sect might have a chance to rise again in the future. Moreover, he had already cultivated a successor for Xianling sect. Thinking of Ouyang Weijian, Dao Sheng Laozu couldn't help but feel gratified. Unfortunately, this child was born at the wrong time. If there was no Lu Tianping in North Sea, then he would definitely be the most dazzling existence in the entire North Sea's cultivation world. Even among the current third-generation disciples, he would be outstanding. Unfortunately, thinking of the news from Middle Mainland, Dao Sheng Laozu couldn't help but have another thought. At this time, it seemed that Ouyang Weijian would return to North Sea again. This child would never give up any opportunity to carry forward Xianling sect. Although Dao Sheng Laozu knew that Ouyang Weijian had the intention to compete with Lu Tianping, what could he do? Thinking of this, Dao Sheng Laozu couldn't help but look forward to it. But at this moment, a haze flashed across Dao Sheng Laozu's mind. Could Lu Tianping's trip to Middle Mainland be a trap? A trap to lure Ouyang Weijian back to North Sea and away from the protection of the Crystal Palace? This inexplicable thought turned and expanded in Dao Sheng Laozu's mind until Dao Sheng Laozu could no longer be in the mood to preach. Looking at the crooked people in the hall, Dao Sheng Laozu felt even more annoyed. Just as he was about to wave his hand to end the preaching, his face suddenly turned pale and his palm could no longer wave down. Lin Shuqing Laozu's heart sank when he saw Dao Sheng Laozu's behavior. Just as he was about to ask, he heard Dao Sheng Laozu sigh and say, "Shuqing, the old man is tired today. Let's stop here. Wait for the old man to preach for a while." Lin Shuqing didn't understand, but he also knew that this was not the time to ask, so he took over Dao Sheng Laozu's preaching. However, Dao Sheng Laozu disappeared in the mysterious spirit palace in the blink of an eye, causing the disciples in the palace to exclaim. Lin Shuqing frowned and said in a low voice, "Silence." Next, the old man will take over Uncle Master Dao Sheng's preaching for the second method of wind sword. Disciples, listen carefully. The void shook and Dao Sheng Laozu appeared in the sky above Mysterious Spirit Island. Looking at the surrounding void, the hope in Dao Sheng Laozu's heart sank bit by bit. Then, he turned to the northwest and stepped on the void step by step. In an instant he had traveled hundreds of miles. The originally blue void in front of Dao Sheng Laozu suddenly bloomed layer by layer. Above a white cloud, a cloud table, a jade cup, a teapot, a tea stove, and the fragrance of tea wafted in the air. "Brother Dao Sheng, please sit." Tian Xiang Laozu didn't get up from the cloud table. Instead, he waved his hand and greeted Dao Sheng Laozu from afar. Lu Tianling, who was originally sitting at the side, stood up and greeted as a junior. Dao Sheng Laozu didn't say a word. He sat on the jade stool and drank the hot tea in front of him. His face was gloomy and he said bitterly, "Brother Tian Xiang, are you in such a hurry?" Tian Xiang Laozu also sighed slightly and said, "I have no choice. What would you do if it was Brother Dao Sheng?" Dao Sheng Laozu finally showed a pained expression. He slowly opened his eyes after a while, and the exhaustion on his face became more and more intense. It was as if he had aged 100 years in an instant. He said bitterly, That Lu Tianping didn't go to Middle-earth? Tian Xiang Laozu smiled slightly and said, Brother Dao Xing, are you talking about your sect's Ouyang Weijian? Little Lu did go to Middle-earth, but this disciple of your sect was also intercepted by a third-generation disciple of my sect. Dao Xing Laozu was stunned, and then said coldly, Other than Lu Tianping, who else in your sect can be a match for Ouyang Weijian? After a pause, Dao Xing Laozu still said, Unless you bully him with numbers and gang up on him. Lu Tianling giggled and said, Senior should also know that on the vast sea, other than cultivators of the same level, it is very difficult to ambush a grand cultivator in advance. Tian Xiang Laozu didn't argue, but said, Just wait for a moment, I think there will be news. In the southern part of the North Sea, Ouyang Weijian's face was pale, and his body, which was barely floating in the air, began to wobble. There were more than 10 wounds all over his body, and blood was flowing out. He bent over and coughed repeatedly, and traces of blood splashed out from his mouth. After barely suppressing it, a bitter laugh came from his mouth. Hee hee, I didn't expect, I always thought that in the whole North Sea, other than Lu Tianping, I didn't expect that under my carelessness, I would be taken advantage of by you. Yin Tianchu's expression was cold, and he turned a deaf ear to the contempt in Ouyang Weijian's words. The Taishan thorn suddenly disappeared in front of him, and Ouyang Weijian, who was dozens of feet away, changed his expression, and panic flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect to be defeated by this person. He really didn't want to accept it. He originally thought that in the whole North Sea, only Lu Tianping was his opponent, but he didn't expect that under the cover of Lu Tianping, there was actually an expert like Yin Tianchu hidden in Jinling. In reality, Yin Tianchu was quite famous in the world of cultivation. However, due to Lu Tianping's brilliance being too dazzling, people had unconsciously overlooked his existence. Coupled with the fact that Yin Tianchu's combat style was mainly based on sneak attacks and assassinations, people naturally looked down on him. If he was strong enough, why would he need to sneak attack and assassinate? It wasn't that Ouyang Weijian didn't know Yin Tianchu's cultivation level, but he never considered Yin Tianchu as his opponent. It wasn't that he was careless, maybe it was because he was biting off more than he could chew. If he had always placed himself in a weak position when compared to Lu Tianping, perhaps he wouldn't be in such a predicament today. Before the boundless darkness gradually annihilated the last of Ouyang Weijian's consciousness, this thought flashed through his mind for the last time. Chapter 1517. Yin Tianchu's right chest had already been pierced by the flying sword qi. The raging sword qi roamed through his body, causing far more damage than what was originally caused in his right chest. Yin Tianchu still stared at Ouyang Weijian with a cold expression. Only when Ouyang Weijian's life force was gradually fading did Yin Tianchu kneel on one knee and barely support his body with his hands. Only then did he put a pill into his mouth. Then he circulated his true yuan with all his might to suppress the rampaging sword qi in his body. Above the clouds, Dao Xing, Tian Xiang, and Lu Tianling were still calmly chatting while sipping tea. It was as if they did not know that a battle that would decide the rise and fall of a sect had just ended in the distant southern sea of the North Sea. It seemed that both sides were quite confident in each other. At this time, somewhere in the Middle Earth, Lu Ping smiled when he saw Lian Nan Laozu opposite him. Senior advancing to the pure yang stage is a good thing. This junior congratulates you. Lian Nan Laozu was startled, then he smiled bitterly and said, Thank you, Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Ping nodded slightly, but his gaze went past Lian Nan Laozu and looked at the void in the distance. Then he looked at Shui Lingzi thoughtfully and said, Since the two seniors are here, please show yourselves. Lian Nan Laozu and Shui Lingzi looked at each other, because they could see that Lu Ping was obviously not talking to them. Junior brother Lian Nan, you should return to Profound Sky City first. Let the old man and senior 5 elements handle the matters here. The void behind progenitor Lian Nan slowly opened up and progenitor 7 Fan, who hadn't been seen for a long time, looked at Lu Ping with deep fear in his eyes. Even though he was on the verge of entering the true spirit realm, he couldn't hide from Lu Ping at all. Aha, the North Sea Sword Immortal really lives up to his name. Shui Lingzi suddenly laughed. Although it was a woman's voice, there was a sense of heroism and praise in her voice. It was obviously not Shui Lingzi who was speaking. Lu Ping's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly understood. He cupped his hands at Shui Lingzi and said, "Greetings, 5 Elements Laozu." Qi Laozu sighed slightly and said, "Your sect has such a far-reaching plan. This Ying Shan courtyard rose from the Ying Shan mountain range hundreds of years ago and has long been recognized by the entire North Sea cultivation world. Therefore, its expansion in the Hebei cultivation world has not attracted much attention. I never thought it was the work of your sect. When I realized it was already too late." The smile on Lu Ping's face did not reveal his true thoughts, but he said, "It's not too late. Now that the 2 seniors have come, I need to flee." Shui Lingzi, who was possessed by 5 Elements Laozu with a secret technique, laughed and said, "This Lu Xiaoyu is really interesting. With your strength, unless you are a true spirit cultivator, who in this world can be your opponent?" Qi Laozu, who was at the side, also said, "Your sect has a far-reaching plan. The places that have already been occupied by your sect in the Hebei cultivation world have already been occupied, so we have nothing to say. However, I hope that you will stop here, lest I find it difficult to deal with when the time comes." 5 Elements Laozu laughed and said, "What Qi Fan said is exactly what the old man wants." Lu Ping's expression was calm, and his expression was non-committal. However, his eyes were constantly flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he said, "The area around the Shang Mountain is thousands of miles wide. The conspiracy of the Yuan family has failed, and now it has become an ownerless land. Various forces are fighting over it, but the 2 seniors still have the mood to discuss a barren land like the Hebei cultivation world with me." 5 Elements Laozu, on the other hand, sneered, "You are, after all, a person from overseas. If you take an inch and take a mile, I'm afraid that the sects in the central mainland will unite against you." The smile on Lu Ping's face instantly disappeared, and he said coldly, "Are you threatening me, senior?" Shui Lingzi's expression was stunned, and 5 Elements Laozu's voice sounded, "It's not a threat, it's the truth." 7 Elements Laozu, on the side, sighed and said, "Please consider it carefully, young friend." Lu Ping's expression became even colder, but in the end he still nodded and said, "Since we can't go south, then our sect should go west. The Huda sect in the northwest has a deep grudge against our sect, and we have to take revenge." 7 Elements Laozu and 5 Elements Laozu looked at each other, and they could see the doubt in each other's eyes. In the end, it was Laozu who asked, "Young friend, have you never thought of offending Ziyang Palace?" Lu Ping said with a cold face, "I know what I'm doing, and I don't need the 2 of you to give me advice. You just need to promise me that you won't interfere with our sect's actions." 5 Elements Laozu pondered for a moment and nodded. Right now, Huta sect is barely maintaining its reputation as a large sect. As long as your sect doesn't go south of the Yulon River and east of the Ying River, then we won't interfere with your sect's actions. Lu Ping's gaze turned to 7 Elements Laozu, and he also nodded. "Then it's settled." But Lu Ping suddenly said, "Wait." 7 Elements Laozu narrowed his eyes, and 5 Elements Laozu, who was on the side, said unhappily, "Young friend, are you going back on your word?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "I just want to ask, how is the situation in the Shang Mountain?" 7 Elements snorted coldly and said, "Your sect has so many plans in the Central Plains, don't you know the situation there?" Lu Ping chuckled and said, "I wasn't so sure at first, but after seeing the 2 of you today, I believe most of it." 5 Elements Laozu's words came through the sharp voice of Shui Lingzi. "Young man, what do you want?" Lu Ping said with a straight face, "I want a share of the giant spiritual stone mine in the Shang Mountain." "Dream on." The 5-element great ancestor said angrily without even thinking, "The sects of the Middle Mainland are fighting for that spiritual stone vein. If you, a sect from overseas, participate, you will definitely be resisted by the sects of the Middle Mainland. It's even possible that my 5-element sect and the Heavenly Mystery sect will be dragged into this." Lu Ping smiled and said, "In the cultivation world, there is no such thing as a single sect monopolizing the giant spiritual stone mine. Back then, the Yuan family only occupied 40% of the mine due to the geographical advantage. Now that the sects in the Central Plains are fighting for the power vacuum left by the Yuan family in the Shang Mountain, this 40% share of the spiritual stone mine is of utmost importance. If the two of you don't agree, I will seek help from Ziyang Palace. My sect only wants a small piece of the pie, and I believe that Ziyang Palace will welcome our help very much. 7 Elements Lao Zu interrupted Lu Ping and said in a deep voice, "Don't forget, Zhenling is an overseas sect after all. Ziyang Palace doesn't necessarily want to provoke public anger." Lu Ping's 2 rows of teeth shone coldly under the rising sun as he smiled, and he said, "Who said that my sect wants to participate? It is obviously in Shanside Hall, the newly rising large sect in the cultivation world of Hebei, that wants to participate." Chapter 15:18. Celestial Elephant Lao Zu and Lu Tianling looked at Dao Sheng's back, which was gradually covered by clouds and mist. His back was even straighter than when he came. Behind them stood Yin Tianchu, who was covered in blood from head to toe. His pale face looked even colder. Celestial Elephant Lao Zu sighed, and an unconcealable emotion flashed across his face. Dao Xing won't live for long. His last hope has been shattered, and his heart is dead. He's only alive to hold on to the last legacy of Xianling sect. Yin Tianchu said coldly, "Then we'll just kill them all, lest we raise a tiger in the future." But Lu Tianling smiled. Ouyang Weijin is dead, and Dao Sheng's life force is gone. He won't be able to live for long. Xianling sect is no longer a threat, but its legacy needs to be preserved like the other sections. At least we still need to keep some enemies in North Sea to sharpen our claws and teeth, lest some unfilial people lose their ambition and try to trap North Sea in the future. Celestial Elephant Lao Zu turned to look at Yin Tianchu and said, "What are your plans next?" Yin Tianchu's face flashed with determination. "Recuperate, go into seclusion, and prepare to break through to pure yang." At present, the central mainland was in a state of chaos. In fact, it was a situation even more chaotic than when the Mara's calamity broke out. When the Mara's calamity broke out, the entire central mainland's cultivation world at least had a common enemy. However, at present, all the sects and forces were only left with the naked struggle for interests. After the destruction of the Yuan clan's base, perhaps because of the loss of restrictions, the scattered Mara that had been hidden in the cultivation world for 100 or 200 years after the disaster of Mara emerged. Although it was far from causing a disaster as big as the real disaster of Mara, it still caused a lot of chaos. The sudden appearance of Mo Luo had made the whole cultivation world hate the Yuan family even more. The surviving members of the family had been hunted down by the whole cultivation world. They were like stray dogs that had lost their homes. Back then, as one of the top forces in the entire cultivation world, the empty space left after the destruction of the Yuan family naturally became a target for all the surrounding forces to fight over. At the same time, the Zhenling sect, which had turned the cultivation world upside down in the Hebei province of Middle-earth, was unwilling to be left out and wanted a share of the spoils. This was naturally opposed by many sects in the Central Plains, but unexpectedly, the Profound Sky sect, the 5 Elements sect, and the Flowing Cloud Pavilion voiced their support. Even the Purple Sun Palace remained silent at this time and did not oppose it. Ziyang Palace and Wuxing School were respected sacred grounds, while Tianxian sect and Flowing Cloud Pavilion were large, established sects with pure yang cultivators. Regardless of whether these 4 sects supported or did not object, Zhenling's share of the giant spirit stone mine in Mount Shang was already set in stone. However, Lu Ping also knew that the share of the mine would definitely be extremely small. However, he did not care. What Lu Ping needed was an opportunity to completely push Zhenling's forces into the cultivation world of Middle-earth and gain recognition. As long as this opportunity was opened with the growth of Zhenling's strength, there might be a chance to continue to expand the share in the future. More importantly, this represented the recognition and acceptance of Zhenling by the cultivation world of Middle-earth. In the future, Zhenling would naturally have a justifiable reason to intervene in the affairs of Middle-earth. Lu Ping knew that this opportunity was no different from an alliance between Wuxing School and Tianxian sect. It was Jinling's opportunity to loot a burning house when Wuxing School and Tianxian sect joined hands to fight for the territory of the Yuan clan. It was Flowing Cloud Pavilion's opportunism and Xiang Palace's return of a favor. Although Lu Ping knew that once the matter of Mount Shang was over, these sects would most likely turn around and deal with Jinling. It was even possible for them to join hands and expel Jinling back to the North Sea. But Lu Ping didn't care, because he was confident that he could create a Zhenling sect that would strike fear into the hearts of the entire cultivation world before the sects in the Middle Earth could unite. This was just a game between the two sections. The one who could grow into a formidable realm before the other would be the winner. Lu Ping was confident, but he did not know where Tianxian sect's confidence came from. Although Qi Fan Laozu was only one step away from becoming a true spirit realm and he did not dare take the step, Lu Ping knew that Qi Fan Laozu could not maintain this state for long. Once Qi Fan Laozu reached the true spirit realm, the Tianxian sect would not have the protection of a small world. Then Qi Fan Laozu would only have 1 year left in this world. After 1 year, he would have to go to the northern ice plains, otherwise he would still die under the heavenly punishment. But after the destruction of the Yuan clan, which true spirit cultivator in the cultivation world would dare to rashly go to the northern ice plains? The old man will go to the East Sea soon. Lu Ping suddenly realized that Qi Fan Laozu was obviously seeking protection from the Longhuai ancestor. In the cultivation world, if there was a sect with a small world that dared to protect the true spirit cultivators of other sects, it would probably be the Longhuai ancestor. No wonder the Tianxian sect dared to destroy the Taixin sect at this time. Not only did the Wuxing school not stop them, but the two sects even joined forces to compete with the Xiang Palace. With the sky wall of poison, Qi Fan Laozu could at least protect the Tianxian sect for more than 300 years. After 300 years, once everyone joined forces to open the passage from the northern ice plains to the outside world, Qi Fan Laozu might have time to protect the Tianxian sect for a longer time. Qi Fan Laozu was obviously gambling. If he was right, he might be able to establish another sect with the inheritance of a holy land. If the passage to the northern ice plains was not opened, or if he died in the process, then even if the Tianxian sect did not suffer a disaster, it was afraid that it would quickly decline. However, this was only Qi Fan Laozu's wishful thinking. How could he know that the true spirit inheritance from the 9 Profound Tower was only suitable for him? In the end, Skyrend expanded his power from the East Sea to the Central Plains. For this reason, a large sect in the south of the Tianxian sect was defeated by Skyrend. Full Moon Laozu, who was still in hiding, did not show himself. Naturally, the Tianxian sect could not stop Skyrend from entering the Central Plains. And with the addition of Skyrend, the competition for the 9 Profound Towers' sphere of influence became even more intense. In the entire area around the middle and lower reaches of the Qingming River, conflicts and battles between various sects could be said to be endless. It was almost like a pot of porridge. And at this time, Skyrend suddenly suffered a great loss near the 9 Profound Mountain. 4 Dharma adepts had fallen, and only Skyrend's first third-generation direct disciple, Liang Jianfei, had been seriously injured and escaped. The third-generation direct disciple of the 9 Profound Tower had appeared. That year, after the 9 Profound Tower had been ambushed and destroyed by the 10 Pure Yang Masters, no one had seen the third-generation direct disciple of the 9 Profound Tower. If he was alive, no one had seen him, and if he was dead, no one had found his corpse. Now, he had suddenly appeared and caused Skyrend to suffer a great loss. The head of the First Origin House, Wei Jin, the head of the 3 Talents House, the head of the 5 Elements House, the head of the 6 Harmonies House, and so on. There were only 4 left of the 9 great house masters of the past, but these 4 were all late Dharma adepts. Although they were far from being comparable to the 9 Profound Tower when it was at its peak, when these 5 late Dharma adepts joined forces, it was enough to cause a bloodbath in the entire middle and lower reaches of the Qingming River. And the appearance of these 4 people caused the entire middle and lower reaches of the Qingming River to fall into a strange silence. After receiving the news from Green Fox, Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. This was because he had seen Sun Liuhe when he had accompanied Xiao Baiyu and the others to kill their way into the Nine Profound Tower, as well as when he had used the space essence to kill his way into the Nine Profound Tower's training ground that was hidden in the crack in space. If he had not intentionally shown mercy, Sun Liuhe would probably have died. Now that Sun Liuhe had appeared in the old grounds of the Nine Profound Tower, it naturally meant that the training ground of the Nine Profound Tower had returned. And there was also Yang Lan Laozu, who had already received the Immortal's legacy more than 100 years ago and was only one step away from becoming an immortal. After 100 years, the remaining members of the Nine Profound Tower had returned to the world of cultivation. Then where was Yang Lan Laozu? Chapter 1519. If the remnants of the Nine Xian Tower had appeared in the world of cultivation, then where had Yang Lan Laozu gone? However, after a few days, news once again came from the south of the Central Plains. Yang Lan Laozu had slaughtered 6 people from the Tianyue sect, including 5 Dharma adepts. The Tianyue sect had suffered a great loss, but Full Moon Laozu had not appeared. It seemed as if he had really gone into hiding. And after Yang Lan Laozu had killed 5 Dharma adepts from the Tianyue sect, he seemed to have some reservations and did not attack again. Soon after, the remnants of the Nine Xian Tower, led by a few late Dharma adepts, headed west. They had resolutely abandoned the base that had originally belonged to the Nine Xian Tower. In reality, after the news of the remnants of the Nine Xian Tower's appearance had spread, the various sects that had been fighting for territory in the middle and lower reaches of the Qingming River had already formed an alliance to kill the remnants of the Nine Xian Tower. The decision of the remnants of the Nine Xian Tower caught the various sects unprepared. Once the remnants of the Nine Xian Tower escaped their encirclement, it would be difficult to catch up with them again. Although the various sects could continue to divide up the territory of the Nine Xian Tower, they had to be careful of the remnants of the Nine Xian Tower's revenge in the future. After hearing the news from the Tianyue sect, Lu Ping handed over the matters of the sect and the North Sea cultivation world to Jiang Tianlin. Then he swaggered towards the northern ice plains alone. Amidst the snowstorm, Lu Ping looked at the white-haired elder who had been waiting for him for a long time and said, "Senior, how long have you been waiting here?" Yang Lan Laozu's expression was calm, but Lu Ping could sense the murderous intent in his eyes. "Not long, I just arrived." Lu Ping grunted and nodded to indicate that he knew, but he asked, "After you failed to find Full Moon Laozu, you should have come to find me. If I am not wrong, you should have gone to find Xiao Baiyu or 7 Fan Laozu." Yang Lan Laozu coldly snorted, but did not deny it. He only heard Lu Ping continue, "When Xiao Baiyu became a true spirit cultivator, you cannot afford to offend him. You also have to think about the remnants of the Nine Xian Tower in the future. Similarly, when you face 7 Fan Laozu, who can take the last step to become a true spirit cultivator, you must have the same thought. In addition, Lin Yu, Gu Yu, Shihua, San Chen and the others are all dead and scattered. Yuan Pokong and Yang Shouchang cannot afford to offend you. No matter how you think about it, it seems that you can only find me, who has not become a true spirit cultivator yet, and the sect behind me cannot be considered a threat." Lu Ping had a faint smile on his face. He was not the slightest bit nervous because he was facing a true spirit cultivator. He said indifferently, "So you want to find me to vent your anger or take revenge?" Yang Lan Laozu laughed involuntarily and said, "What's the difference?" Lu Ping declined to comment and said, "It seems that Senior has been in seclusion for more than 100 years, but you are not aware of the changes that have happened in the cultivation world over the years. Otherwise, Senior would not be so eager to take revenge." Yang Lan Laozu restrained the smile on his face and said with a sad smile, "Stop talking nonsense. The old man is naturally aware of the changes in the cultivation world over the years. If the Nine Xian Tower was still one of the 6 great holy lands, the old man might have to agree to the agreement after more than 300 years, and then act as if the overall situation is the most important. However, now that the Nine Xian Tower has been beaten into the dust, and without the protection of the spirit space, the old man only has 1 year left. Anyway, he is going to die, so what does the old man have to worry about?" Seeing that Yang Lan Laozu was about to make a move, Lu Ping's figure flashed, and he was already in the void. He said loudly, "Your Excellency is planning to pinch the soft persimmon." Yang Lan Laozu shook his arms, and the surrounding void began to tremble like a wave in Lu Ping's perception. Lu Ping, who had fallen into the void and was ready to escape at any time, was suddenly shaken out. "So what? You hid in the northern ice plains, just like the full moon, to make the old man hesitate to attack. Unfortunately, you didn't escape fast enough, and the old man caught up to you." There was a trace of pride in Yang Lan Laozu's tone, but his expression was distorted to the point of being ferocious. Just like what Lu Ping had said before, in his hands, the 9 profound towers' spirit space was snatched away, and the 7-feathered fan had also become someone else's possession. It could be said that the 9 profound tower, as a dignified holy land, had completely declined in his hands. However, after Yang Lan Laozu came out after enduring hardships for more than 100 years, he found that even though he had become a spirit cultivator, he was still facing an unsolvable situation. There were restraints everywhere, and fear everywhere. Even the remaining forces of the 9 profound tower had to face the joint suppression of the sects that had divided up the 9 profound tower's original sphere of influence and resources. Naturally, their goal was to completely eliminate the hidden danger of the 9 profound tower. Yang Lan Laozu could be said to be extremely disappointed and resentful. Even the secret that was exposed after the destruction of the Yuan family caused Yang Lan Laozu's last trace of comfort to turn into nothingness. He was disheartened by the hope of immortality, and all that was left was a bellyful of vengeance. In a situation where Xiao Baiyu had become a spirit cultivator, Full Moon was indifferent to the death of his own disciples, and Qi Fan could advance to a spirit cultivator at any time and had found a powerful backer. Yang Lan Laozu's rage could only erupt towards Lu Ping. The sword of true spirit, Mo Li, stabbed in all directions. 8 purplish gold sword Qi turned into 8 dragons that danced in all directions. They were like 8 steel nails that were nailed in different directions. In an instant, they suppressed the trembling space around them. But just as Lu Ping fixed the void with his sword, he saw that the wind and the blizzard had already rushed towards Lu Ping. He did not doubt that these cold snowstorms could blow his body into pieces. This time, Senior guessed wrong. The reason why this junior came to the North Ice Field was not to hide, but to deliberately lead Senior here. The brilliance in Lu Ping's eyes made him easily see through the misty snowstorm and Yang Lan Laozu, who was holding a cyan feather fan. The green feather fan was naturally a spirit treasure, but what caught Lu Ping's attention was the material of the fan. The green feather was very familiar to Lu Ping. He had a feather in his hand that was made from the Peacock Royal clan's origin feather, the peacock feather. It was a feather of a different color, but it was made from the same material. It was the peacock feather he obtained many years ago. Lu Ping's left hand moved forward, and a curtain of rain suddenly appeared in front of him. The strong wind blew the curtain of rain in front of Lu Ping into a strange shape, but it never broke. The flying sharp white snow was completely integrated into the curtain of rain the moment it touched the curtain of rain. Boasting shamelessly, Lu Ping successively resolved Yang Lan Laozu's offensive in an understatement, which made him look at Lu Ping with more and more dignified eyes. However, he never put Lu Ping in his heart. The battle between the 2 top figures in this side of the world, although it seemed to be understated without the slightest smoke and fire, the danger in it was not known to outsiders. If there was a slight turbulence in the battle between the 2, then the snowfield within 100 miles would not suffer. In the distance, the snow-capped mountains were exposed in the continuous avalanche, and the snow-capped mountains were exposed. The snowfield was collapsing, and everywhere, the snow was rolled up by the wind and flew in the air to block the line of sight. There was chaos between heaven and earth. Lu Ping was defending, and Yang Lan Laozu seemed to have the upper hand. Although Lu Ping fell into a disadvantageous position, Lu Ping's tone was still calm and indifferent. It seemed that he was not too fast or too slow. "You and I are in a great battle. When we move, thousands of miles will be affected." This younger generation junior does not want to fight with the predecessor in Beihai and Hebei's cultivation world. I simply came to this ice field to wait for the arrival of the predecessor. I don't need to worry about it. I will simply fight with the predecessor. Yang Lan Laozu's expression became more and more ferocious. When he heard what Lu Ping said, he just gritted his teeth and said a few words from his mouth. Just by yourself, do you deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as the old man? You can't do anything to me. Lu Ping's smile seemed a little playful. He said, it seems that the predecessor is still unfamiliar with the matters of the cultivation world after all. You may not know that the Yuan family once lost the lives of 2 pure yang in Beihai before it was destroyed. Chapter 1520. Lu Ping had Luan Daoist's life feather as his trump card, so he naturally wasn't worried that his battle with Yang Lan and Laozu would be in danger. However, Lu Ping obviously didn't want to reveal the feather on his body at this time. He wanted to see how big the gap was between him and a true spirit cultivator. Luan Daoist's life feather contained the heaven-splitting technique that Luan Daoist had personally sealed in it. It could only be used as a life-saving trump card for Lu Ping and Jinling. It couldn't be considered as Lu Ping's own ability. In the vast snowfield, the 2 strongest great presences of this world were engaged in a life-and-death battle. The void trembled, the glaciers crumbled, and the snowfield exploded. Strong winds swept up the snowstorm, forming a massive cold storm that spread southward for thousands of miles into Hebei's cultivation world. Although Lu Ping was worried that the battle between the 2 great presences would affect Jinling Sect's newly established territory, he still couldn't completely avoid it in the end. Although Lu Ping came to the North Ice Field because he was worried that the battle between the 2 great presences would affect Jinling Sect's newly established territory, he still couldn't avoid it completely. The cold wave passed, heavy snow flew, and the north wind howled. Although Lu Ping originally wanted to avoid the destruction caused by the battle between the 2, the weather caused by the battle still affected most of the cultivation world of Hebei. Fortunately, Lu Ping was far enough into the northern ice plains, so it was just a few more snowfalls here. However, just as the cultivators from Zhenling sect who had stayed behind in Hebei province were deeply worried, a vast warm current suddenly flowed south from the cold northern ice plains. In an instant, the snowy weather began to turn as warm as spring. The 3 feet of snow on the ground began to melt rapidly, forming tiny streams of water from the mountains, forests, plains, and valleys. The water flowed from all directions into the Ying River, causing the water volume of the Ying River to increase dramatically, forming a huge flood that rushed from the north to the south. By the time it entered the Ying Jade Swamp, the entire area within a radius of 100 miles from the middle and lower reaches of the Ying River had been turned into a swamp. Martial nephew Lu used Luan Daoist's life feather. Feeling the warm wind from the north to the south, Jiang Tianlin's face was full of worry. Sealed in the feather is the genuine heaven-splitting divine ability. It's the most important treasure of our sect to stabilize the destiny of our sect. Since we've used it, that brat should be able to get out of danger. Laozu's mood at this time was not necessarily better than Jiang Tianlin's. There was obviously more uncertainty in his tone. Even if Lu Ping was invincible, he was still Laozu who had achieved true spirit. Was he really as confident as he showed before he left? After the sudden surge of warm air from the frigid northern ice plains, the spiritual qi turbulence that had shaken the entire cultivation world in Hebei abruptly calmed down, indicating that the earth-shattering battle in the northern ice plains had come to an end. Jiang Tianlin and Laozu were both anxious. Lu Ping could be considered as Jinling's true stabilizing force. If something really happened to Lu Ping, Jinling would not only have to withdraw all of its forces from the central plains, but it was also uncertain whether it could even protect the northern seas. No, the old man wants to go to the northern ice plains to find out what is going on. The battle between Lu Ping and Laozu lasted for 2 days, and there was still no news from the northern ice plains. Zhenling's forces in the cultivation world of Hebei had begun to shrink secretly. Now that a warm current suddenly swept from the depths of the northern ice plains, the 2 suddenly thought of the heaven-splitting technique sealed in Luan Daoist's life feather. Thinking of the day when celestial phenomenon Laozu opened the seal of the feather and killed the 2 pure young masters of the Yuan family in one fell swoop, Tiancheng Laozu finally could no longer hold back and insisted on going to the northern ice plains to find traces of Lu Ping. "We can't go at this time." Jiang Tianlin refused his plan without thinking. "Are we just going to wait like this and watch Marshal Nephew Lu fight to the death in the North Ice Field while we can do nothing about it?" Ancestor Tiancheng's eyes were like two balls of fire, as if they would burst out at any time. "What can you do if you go?" Jiang Tianlin was obviously under great pressure at this time, but he still tried to maintain his rationality. He said, "With our strength, we can't help Nephew Lu no matter whether we win or lose if we go to the northern ice plains. It's better to stay in the cultivation world of Hebei." Nephew Lu and Yang Lan have been fighting in the northern ice plains for 2 days, which has already exceeded everyone's expectations. However, there are still many people who believe that Nephew Lu will lose. Now, there are many people outside the cultivation world of Hebei who are eyeing our sect covetously. If Junior Brother leaves, I'm afraid I can't suppress them alone. Jiang Dunlin paused for a moment before he said, "Let's take a step back. Even if something happens to Marshal Nephew Lu, without Junior Brother's help, how many juniors can I protect and leave Middle-earth by myself?" Tiancheng Laozu took a few deep breaths and said in a muffled voice, "Old man is really bored to death. Old man, let's go out and take a walk." However, before Tiancheng Laozu walked to the entrance of the cave residence, a loud sound suddenly came from the depths of the northern ice plains. When it reached the cultivation world of Hebei, there was only a dull sound left. Jiang Tianlin and Tiancheng Laozu were shocked, but they didn't know what this sound meant. However, after a while, another loud sound came from the depths of the northern ice plains, but compared to the previous sound, it seemed to be a little more dull and distant. After that, there was a third sound, a fourth sound. Each sound was deeper and farther away than the previous one, as if an ancient giant was stepping on the earth and going far away. The two looked at each other. After a while, Tiancheng Laozu asked with some uncertainty, "Thunder?" Jiang Tianlin looked puzzled. He slowly shook his head and said, "How can there be such a powerful thunder magic?" Tiancheng Laozu's eyes lit up and he said, "Is it thunder punishment? No, could it be heaven's punishment?" Although Jiang Tianlin and Tiancheng Grand Ancestor didn't participate in the battle where Patriarch Long Huai of Shang Mountain defeated the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash, Jiang Tianlin and Tiancheng Grand Ancestor were still talking about Patriarch Long Huai's feat of breaking the number 1 divine artifact of Shang Mountain and escaping all the way back to East Sea despite the heavenly punishment. Naturally, they had heard about it from Lu Ping. If it was heaven's punishment, what was the result of this battle? Did Lu Ping escape from the hands of Yang Lan Laozu, or did he fail in the end? Could Yang Lan Laozu escape into the large formation leading to the outside world in the northern ice plains before heaven's punishment destroyed him? On the northern ice plains, to be able to fight with Yang Lan Laozu, who had just become a true spirit cultivator, for 2 days, not to mention that Yang Lan Laozu's face was filled with more and more horror, even Lu Ping himself never thought that he could reach this point. In fact, when Lu Ping tenaciously resisted Yang Lan Laozu for a whole day, the horror on Yang Lan Laozu's face had been replaced by a ruthless killing intent. Lu Tianping could not be left alive. Not only Yang Lan Laozu, but any cultivator who had a grudge against Junling or Lu Ping himself, at this time, the mood to kill Lu Ping would be more urgent than Yang Lan Laozu. An existence that could resist a true spirit cultivator with pure yang power. If such a monster was not eliminated, the future troubles would be endless. In fact, on this day, Lu Ping's resistance, except for Luan Daoist's life source feather, had already exhausted all his strength. The 2 pure yang spiritual treasures in his hands, the sword of true spirit Mo Li and the scissors, were used by Lu Ping desperately. The life source Genshin formation had been forcibly broken by Yang Lan Laozu twice. All kinds of magical sword techniques and secret techniques could not do anything to the existence of the true spirit level. Lu Ping even did not hesitate to use the Sea Mulberry Field secret art to change the climate within hundreds of miles of the northern ice plains. After the huge sky and Yang Lan Laozu's confrontation, the cold wave formed all the way to the south swept through most of the Hebei cultivation world. Lu Ping almost exhausted all his means, but he only resisted Yang Lan Laozu for a day. Just when Lu Ping felt that he had to sacrifice the last trump card of Luan Daoist's colorful feather, Lu Ping suddenly discovered that the true spirit Laozu in front of him seemed to have no other means to kill him. Looking at the second tribulation spiritual treasure in the hands of Yang Lan Laozu, Lu Ping seemed to see Yang Lan Laozu's predicament. The existence of the true spirit Laozu did not have a convenient spiritual treasure in his hands. In addition, although the battle between Lu Ping and Yang Lan Laozu fell into a disadvantageous position, Yang Lan Laozu himself could not break Lu Ping's defense and completely transform his advantage into victory. Therefore, Yang Lan Laozu had to choose a way that was similar to humiliation in the eyes of a true spirit cultivator to deal with the evildoer in front of him. That was to drag it out. Yang Lan Laozu seemed to have to use this way to compete with Lu Ping to determine the outcome of the battle. Yang Lan Laozu, who had become a true spirit, was sure that Lu Ping was not his opponent. In fact, he was right. No matter how much Lu Ping's true yuan was accumulated, it couldn't be heaven-defying enough to compete with a true spirit cultivator. At least, a true spirit cultivator had reached the limit of this world. They could easily absorb the world's purest spiritual energy to replenish themselves, allowing them to maintain a never-ending cycle of true yuan in this world. But even so, Lu Ping still persisted for a whole day under the suppression of Yang Lan Laozu before he gradually began to face the dilemma of the depletion of true essence in his body. Just when Yang Lan Laozu believed that victory was in his grasp, Lu Ping raised a feather in his hand, and the colorful light instantly filled Yang Lan Laozu's eyes. Chapter 1521. Yang Lan Laozu was not willing. If the seven-feather fan was still in his hands, how could he fall into such a predicament? A pure yang could actually force him into such a situation. This was the heaven-opening divine art, the real heaven-opening divine art, the heaven-opening divine art that the seventh patriarch had sealed himself. Yang Lan Laozu roared loudly. He naturally knew that Zhenling had killed 2 pure yang cultivators of the Yuan family in one fell swoop in the North Sea, but he was a true spirit cultivator after all, and he thought that he could cope with it. However, he forgot that the 7-colored feather in Lu Ping's hands was the same as the 6 heaven-opening divine weapons. The power they could exert was related to the holder. How could celestial phenomenon Laozu's cultivation strength be compared with Lu Ping's? Therefore, the power of the heaven-opening divine art sealed in the feather triggered by Lu Ping was more than doubled compared to celestial phenomenon Laozu. Although Yang Lan Laozu, who had lost the 7-feather fan, had become a true spirit cultivator, he was 3 levels weaker than the previous true spirit cultivators of the 9 profound tower, Laozu. Yang Lan Laozu, who had lost the 7-feather fan, could only try his best to protect himself in the face of this mighty power, but he had forgotten that the most taboo for a true spirit cultivator was to unscrupulously use the power of the true spirit to attract the rejection of this world. Under Yang Lan Laozu's full strength, he was still barely able to block the unparalleled power contained in the feather. However, he was also beaten by the heaven-opening divine art sealed in the feather, and half of his body was almost burnt. After the fierce heaven-opening divine art was dispersed by Yang Lan Laozu, it turned into a warm current that spread in all directions of the ice field. The ice and snow within hundreds of miles of the ice field melted, and as one of the warm currents went further south, the ground became more and more muddy until it formed a huge swamp. At this moment, the oppressive pressure of heaven and earth suddenly came. Lu Ping looked aghast, but Yang Lan Laozu on the opposite side could no longer care about the enemy in front of him. He shouted and flew towards the depths of the north ice field. The thunder exploded on the top of his head. Without waiting for the thunder to fade away, the lightning had already fallen to the top of Lu Ping and Yang Lan Laozu in the distance. Heavenly punishment, this was definitely heavenly punishment. The moment Lu Ping saw the lightning, he knew that it was a punishment from the heavens. But why did this heavenly punishment fall on his head? Lu Ping was terrified. If this was the case, he only had a dead end. At least Yang Lan and Laozu were deep in the north ice field at this time. They were very close to the passage of the north ice field. There was still a possibility that they could escape into the passage to the outside world. Although that place looked like a land of death to everyone, if they did not avoid the heavenly punishment, they would be turned to ashes by the lightning. However, if Yang Lan and Lao Zu could escape, where could Lu Ping escape to? He was just a pure Yang cultivator. Lu Ping knew that the problem must lie in the sky-opening magical ability that was sealed in the seven-colored feather that was activated before, but at this time, he could not avoid it. He could only resist it with all his strength. Fortunately, this heaven's punishment was obviously just a bunch separated from the heaven's punishment thunder light that was aimed at Yang Lan. It seemed more like a kind of backlash. Although Lu Ping himself was not a true spirit cultivator, the power released by the seven-colored feather that was activated by his cultivation base was much more than the power of a true spirit cultivator. Otherwise, Yang Lan and Lao Zu would not go all out to attract the heavenly punishment. Lu Ping knew that this kind of backlash could not be avoided. From the beginning, he never thought about avoiding it. He simply seized this moment to burst out his potential. The seven-colored feather floating in front of Lu Ping turned into a strange flame under the backlash of the heavenly punishment, burning the feather itself into a cloud of flying ash. This seven-colored feather was the life source feather of Luan Daoist's true spirit body. Its material itself was no less than a good spiritual treasure. Under the power of the heavenly punishment, it turned into flying ash so easily. Lu Ping was shocked in his heart, followed by joy. Although the power of the heavenly punishment destroyed a feather, its own power was obviously weakened. However, despite this, the spiritual treasure was cut in two. It seemed to cut the remaining power of the heavenly punishment into two, but unexpectedly, Lu Ping's hands were numb, and he could no longer control the spiritual treasure. The spiritual treasure broke away from Lu Ping's hands and flew backward. It even cut a foot-long wound on Lu Ping's shoulder, and blood dyed half of his body red. Lu Ping did not have time to check his own injuries. The true spirit sword had already triggered a 99-meter-long sword chi to collide with the remaining power of the heavenly punishment. Lu Ping felt a sudden shock in his core space. At this moment, Lu Ping felt as if his heart had suddenly stopped beating completely. The true spirit sword was sent flying and crashed into the snowy mountain behind him. It created a 100-meter-long hole in the mountain, and a vertical ray of sunlight pierced through the mountain from the other side. The Dharma form of the dragon in the core space finally felt the danger and rose from the suspended sea. The entire suspended sea was moved by the Dharma form of the dragon, and the huge amount of three light holy water that was brought into the air began to fall, forming a boundless tsunami that roared in all directions. The entire suspended sea shook, and then the entire core space was shaken. This violent tremor finally caused Lu Ping's heart to beat again. Dunk, 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 dunk. This first beat was obviously different from the rest. It was like a war drum with a distant intent. Only after that did Lu Ping's heart truly return to normal. The Dharma form of the dragon surged back into the suspended sea and injected a vigorous stream of true essence into Lu Ping's already exhausted true essence. Although such a rapid reversal of true essence would slightly harm Lu Ping's foundation, in this life and death situation, Lu Ping did not care about such things. The natal gentian formation was activated the moment the true essence was replenished. The 9th grade white jade lotus and the 12 gentian pearls formed a sturdy formation after the true spirit sword was sent flying, protecting Lu Ping's body. Rumble. Even with the natal gentian formation's protection, Lu Ping's floating body felt as if it was hit by a heavy hammer. His chest and abdomen flew backwards, but his limbs hung in the opposite direction. A blinding bolt of lightning instantly made a dent in the gentian formation that was facing the divine punishment. However, it was still unable to break through the gentian formation's defense. After the divine punishment passed through the gentian formation, although it looked like it was beating Lu Ping up, it did not really hurt Lu Ping's body. Ever since he entered the blood condensation realm, he had been trying to train his body. Finally, it showed its power at this moment. However, even though Lu Ping had been trying his best to resist the divine punishment's backlash, there was still another seven-colored feather floating above his head. Even at his most critical moment, Lu Ping still retained a trace of the true essence he used to open the seal on this feather. Resisting the divine punishment's backlash caused Lu Ping to be severely injured again. However, this time, he still managed to escape from Yang Lan and Lao Zu's pursuit. Moreover, he even managed to trigger the divine punishment from Yang Lan and Lao Zu's scheme. Even if he escaped into the passageway formation, he would most likely die. Lu Ping lay on the snowy ground and finally managed to catch his breath. The feather on his head was still shining with a seven-colored luster. Lu Ping suddenly raised his head and chuckled. Then, he pressed his face into the snow again and wiped away all the blood on his face. Only then did he stand up and wave the feather on his head at the snowstorm in the west. Then, he flew towards the south in a shaky manner. Not long after Lu Ping left, the space in the direction where Lu Ping waved his hand suddenly fluctuated. An old ape with a head full of white hair and beard slowly walked out of the snowstorm with a wooden staff that was almost twice his height. Behind him were two pure young spiritual great apes. They were the former General Yuan Pokong and the latter General, Yuan Poyu. At this moment, the two pure young great apes were extremely respectful towards the short and hunchbacked old ape in front of them. He's not simple. He's fighting against a true spirit as a pure young, yet he still has the time to realize that we're spying on him. He's been guarding against us since the beginning. The old ape had a look of admiration on his face as he praised him. He's just taking advantage of the fact that a true spirit cultivator has scruples and can't unleash his full cultivation base in this world. Uncle, why are you praising this kid to the skies? Yuan Pokong was obviously unconvinced. The old ape slammed his walking stick hard on the ground. The cracks in the ice on the ground spread out in all directions like a spider web with him as the center. It was as if an earthquake had suddenly happened within a few miles. If the old man were to fight you now, can you resist the old man for a day? I'm afraid you won't even be able to resist him for an hour. Yuan Pokong smiled embarrassedly and said that Yang Lan has only just become a true spirit. How can he compare to Uncle? Yuan Poyu, who was at the side, sneered. Fifth brother has also become a pure yang hundreds of years earlier than Lu Tianping. Yuan Pokong turned his head fiercely and shouted at Yuan Poyu, "Nobody will think that you're a mute if you don't speak." As soon as he finished speaking, the old ape slapped the back of Yuan Pokong's head. Stop fooling around. After enjoying a great battle, you might as well pay more attention to the cultivation world in Hebei. After all, this Xinling might have to cross paths with our clan in the future, so we must be wary of him no matter if he's a friend or foe. I'm afraid this incarnation won't be able to last much longer. You two can handle the rest as you see fit. It's better for me to return to the ice mountain as soon as possible. I don't know if I can last for another 300 years or so. I'll enter the formation that leads to the outer world with these people and take a look at what exactly the seventh patriarch, whom we worship as a god, has left for the living beings in this world. Chapter 1522. After noticing that someone was spying on him, Lu Ping did not dare to put away the other colorful feathers suspended above his head. Instead, he always maintained the last breath of qi, so that the sky-splitting divine art sealed in this feather was always in a state where it could be opened at any time. After recalling the sword of true spirit, Mo Li, and the two pure young spiritual treasures, which were shaken away by the sky punishment, Lu Ping flew all the way to the south without looking back. Just after reaching the border between the northern ice field and the Hebei cultivation world, Lu Ping breathed a long sigh of relief. The feeling of uneasiness on his back had finally disappeared completely. The one who was spying on him before was definitely a true spirit cultivator who was not weaker than Yang Lan Laozu. At least, it should be the incarnation of a true spirit, and there were at least two pure young spiritual treasures hidden beside him, which meant that the other party should be from an extremely tyrannical force. If it weren't for Lu Ping's reversal of the pure yang Dharma form and the reversal of the bloodline true essence, which made the dragon Dharma form aware of the existence of the peeper, Lu Ping would not have taken the risk of not releasing the dragon Dharma form after sacrificing the Genshin formation. Otherwise, it would have been easier for Lu Ping to resist. After getting rid of the previous feeling of being watched by the dragon Dharma form, Lu Ping loosened his clenched left hand. A faint colorful flame was suspended in his palm, and the dancing flame was looming. This ball of flame was the 7-colored feather that Lu Ping had activated. After releasing the sealed, sky opening, it was burned to ashes by the heavenly punishment and turned into a ball of flame. Before, Celestial Laozu had also activated a colorful feather that was sealed with the sky punishment, but that feather did not attract the sky punishment. Now it was still in the hands of Celestial Laozu. Celestial Laozu also found that the sky-splitting divine art sealed in the feather did not seem to disappear, but it was slowly absorbing the aura in the surrounding void, as if it was recovering on its own, but this recovery process was obviously extremely long. The ball of fire in Lu Ping's hand obviously couldn't turn back into a rainbow feather, but he could recognize that this ball of fire was condensed from an extremely pure fire elemental origin energy. After a true spirit cultivator condensed the fire elemental origin energy, it was greatly beneficial to the growth of their origin energy and it was close to perfection. At this time, Lu Ping needed to return to Hebei as soon as possible to stabilize the situation in the cultivation world. This battle with Yanglan Laozu in the northern ice field for 2 days caused such a big movement, the cultivation world was already in an uproar. If he could not return in time, some forces that believed that Lu Ping was not a true spirit cultivator's opponent would take the opportunity to attack Xinling. In fact, Lu Ping's return had indeed shocked all the opponents in the cultivation world. Fighting a true spirit cultivator with a pure yang cultivation base. This was the southwest region of the Central Plains, the border between the endless mountains and the western wilderness. The warm air from the South Sea brought abundant rainfall here, but the high terrain made it difficult to form a large area of forest. Instead, a large area of grassland made this place look like it was covered with a layer of green carpet. Dozens of streaks of light were streaking across the sky towards this place. The person in the lead was the former number 1 direct disciple of the 9 mystical tower, Wei Zhen. The dozens of streaks of light behind him were the remaining elite cultivators of the 9 mystical tower who had broken through the middle and lower reaches of the Central Plains Qingming River. They were responsible for the continuation of the entire 9 mystical towers' legacy. There was no longer a place for the 9 mystical tower in the Central Plains. Those big and small forces that had divided up everything in the 9 mystical tower wanted all the cultivators of the 9 mystical tower to die, so that they would never have to worry about the things in their hands. Therefore, they could only escape the Central Plains and come to this barren land, intending to make a comeback. However, at this moment, a cry of surprise came from the streaks of light, causing the neat streaks of light in the sky to fall into chaos. Eldest senior brother, what's going on? The 5-element tower master was about to ask, but he saw Wei Zhen's expression change drastically. He hurriedly suppressed the anxiety in his heart and secretly transmitted his voice to him. At the same time, he was also reminding him to pay attention to the emotions of the surrounding 9 mystical tower disciples. As the future leader of the 9 mystical tower, Wei Zhen naturally had outstanding ability to remain calm. Even when the 9 mystical tower was ambushed by the 10 pure yang masters, he was the one who organized the most outstanding 3rd-generation disciples of the 9 mystical tower to escape the surveillance of the various sects for the next 100 years. He protected the purest of the 9 mystical towers' legacy. His ability had long been recognized by all the remaining forces of the 9 mystical tower, including Yang Lan and Laozu. However, Wei Zhen's expression just now was obviously terrified. Even though it was only for a moment because of the 5-element tower master's reminder, many of the 9 mystical towers' cultivators noticed it. Eldest senior brother, what's going on? Sun Liuhe and the Trinity Tower Master had clearly noticed Wei Zhen's expression, and they immediately asked the 5-element Tower Master through voice transmission. Wei Zhen secretly took a deep breath, as if he was trying his best to calm the flustered and irritated emotions in his heart. He transmitted his voice to the 3 of them and said, "Junior brothers, just pretend that nothing happened. The soul lamp of Grandmaster Yang that I'm in charge of has been extinguished." The expressions of the Trinity Tower Master and the 5-element Tower Master did not change. However, the Trinity Tower Master's hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were trembling. The 5-element Tower Master's expression seemed indifferent, but in reality, it was stiff. Only Sun Liuhe, who had received much guidance from Yang Lan and Lao Tzu when they were trapped in the spatial crack, couldn't control himself when he heard the news. He didn't even bother to transmit his voice to the five-element Tower Master. He said agitatedly, "What? This is impossible, sixth junior brother." The Trinity Tower Master's face darkened when he saw that many of the 9 mystical towers' cultivators' expressions had changed because of Sun Liuhe's shout. He interrupted Sun Liuhe and said loudly, "Why is it impossible? Rumor has it that Lu Tianping escaped from the Crystal Palace's true spirit, Lao Tzu, as a pure yang cultivator. He also confronted the 5-element towers Lao Tzu, Hermit Guangyuan, in the Central Plains. Such strength is enough to support Jinling's forceful intervention in the battle for the giant spirit stone vein in Shang Mountain. I just don't understand. The 9 mystical tower originally had a share of the spirit stone vein in Shang Mountain. Now that we've encountered a temporary setback and have to give up our share of the spirit stone vein, what is the reason for Jinling's public involvement? The Heavenly Xian sect and Wuxing school's actions are tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house. It's really infuriating." Sun Liuhe immediately reacted. The news of Lao Tzu's death could not be made known to others at this time. Otherwise, everyone's morale would definitely be in disarray. Thus, he immediately followed the Trinity Tower Master's words. Without a true spirit cultivator, it was uncertain whether the 9 mystical towers' last few elites would still be able to gather together. At this time, they could only temporarily conceal this news and wait for everyone to settle down. They could then do their best to collect the various inheritances of the 9 mystical tower that they had in their hands before considering other matters. However, just as Sun Liuhe finished speaking, he felt his heart palpitate for no reason. His hair stood on end, as if a great danger was about to befall him. "Be careful behind you." Not far away, Wei Zhen's eyes bulged as he roared at Sun Liuhe. Sun Liuhe finally sensed that the danger was coming from behind him. However, it was too late to dodge at this time. He could only choose to take it head-on. In that instant, Sun Liuhe's heart turned cold. A pure yang cultivator. The one who sneak attacked him was actually a pure yang cultivator. Just as this thought surfaced in his mind, a huge force came from his right. Sun Liuhe was instantly sent flying. Even his consciousness seemed to have been sent flying as he spun in the air. However, he could clearly hear 5th senior brother's sorrowful cry, "Third senior brother? What's going on?" The one who was sneak attacked was clearly me, Sun Liuhe. Why would 5th senior brother call me 3rd senior brother? Sun Liuhe's consciousness suddenly jolted, and he woke up from his muddle-headed state. That's not right. The sneak attack just now came from behind me, and there's no way a great cultivator like me would make a mistake in judging that kind of naked killing intent. However, the force that had sent him flying was from the right. The right? He had been sent flying. He hadn't been sneak attacked. He had been saved. After regaining consciousness, Sun Liuhe circulated the true essence in his body with all his might in an attempt to control his body that had been sent flying. However, when his true essence circulated along with his bloodline, he realized that half of his body was extremely numb from the collision. Both his bloodline and true essence were not circulating smoothly. As a result, Sun Liuhe was unable to control his body for a moment. This showed how much force he had used when he was sent flying. At the same time, it also showed that the person who had saved him had been unable to control their own strength in a moment of desperation. The person who had saved him was 3rd senior brother. How could Sun Liuhe not know what had happened when he heard his 5th senior brother's sorrowful cries? Before he could feel any grief or indignation, he instantly saw what had happened where he had been standing when he flipped his body in midair. The master of the 3 Talents Pavilion had sent Sun Liuhe flying, but he could no longer dodge the sneak attack. Half of his body had been destroyed by the bright moon ring. His core space and Dharma form had been reduced to nothingness, and he had lost all signs of life. The bright moon ring was the heavenly moon sect's full moon Lao Tzu. Sun Liuhe was overcome with grief, but he saw that eldest senior brother and 5th senior brother had already rushed forward. Sun Liuhe tried his best to circulate the true essence in his body, but he was unable to completely unblock the blood vessels in half of his body. Bang! Sun Liuhe's body crashed into a cliff, causing a small landslide. However, this crash had also completely unblocked the blood vessels in half of his body. Sun Liuhe sprayed blood everywhere in the rubble, but he immediately stood up. Rocks flew everywhere as Sun Liuhe let out a sorrowful roar and charged at full moon Laozu, who was fighting with eldest senior brother, fifth senior brother, and the others. Faced with the 9 Mysteries Pavilion's cultivators' attacks, full moon Laozu was surprised but did not panic. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Your Yanglan Laozu wantonly slaughtered our sect's disciples. Did you ever think that this day would come? Now that Yanglan has fallen, today is the day that the 9 Mysteries Pavilion will be completely erased from the world of cultivators." Wei Jin gritted his teeth and roared, "You're lying. Master Yanglan has already become a true soul cultivator. Who else in the world of cultivators can kill him? My fellow disciples, let's join forces to fight against the enemy and avenge our third junior brother." Kill him. Sun Liuhe was like a mad tiger. He had trained with Yanglan Laozu for more than 100 years, and not only did he have a close relationship with Yanglan Laozu, but his strength had also improved tremendously. Now that he was using his full strength, he had actually replaced Wei Jin and become the main force of the 9 Mysteries Pavilion's cultivators surrounding Full Moon Laozu. Even though Full Moon Laozu's strength had improved tremendously over the years because he had received the 9 Mysteries Pavilion's inheritance, he was still in a difficult situation when faced with the combined attacks of more than 10 mid and late Dharma adepts from the 9 Mysteries Pavilion. He was beaten so badly that he did not dare to fight back, and there were already several wounds on his body. "Brother Feng Lu, are you still not going to make a move?" Full Moon Laozu's roar caused all the 9 Mysteries Pavilion's cultivators to turn pale. Chapter 1523. Lu Ping's return made the entire Zhenling sect overjoyed. With Zhenling sect's tacit approval, the news of Lu Ping and Yanglan's battle in the North Ice Field for 2 days and 2 nights quickly spread throughout the cultivation world. In the end, Yanglan was forced to use his true spirit energy with all his might. In the end, he triggered Tian Fa and escaped into the North Ice Field's Grand Array formation. Now that escaping into the passageway formation meant death, it meant that Lu Ping had used his pure yang energy to force Laozu, who had achieved celestial force, to die. For a time, the entire cultivation world was once again stirred up by Lu Tianping. However, the majority of people were skeptical. The various powers in the cultivation world were originally dissatisfied with Zhenling's forceful intervention in the division of the spirit mine in Shangshan with the support of the Tianxian sect and Wuxing school. However, they chose to remain silent, as if they were observing something. Indeed, not long after, news came from the southwest. The pure yang adept of the Tianyue sect, Full Moon Laozu, and the pure yang adept of the Spirit Beast sect, Feng Lu, were secretly tracking the remaining 9 mystical tower cultivators. When they received news that Yanglan Laozu's soul lamp had been extinguished, they immediately launched a sneak attack. Of the 4 remaining 9 mystical tower heads, only Wei Jin, whose cultivation was almost completely destroyed, managed to escape. More than 10 Dharma adepts were either killed or injured, and more than 10 core forging adepts scattered like birds and beasts. In the end, only 1 in 10 survived. After this battle, the 9 mystical tower could be said to have completely lost its legacy. At this time, everyone finally reacted. It turned out that Yanglan Laozu had really died. Otherwise, Full Moon Laozu and Feng Lu would not have brazenly attacked the remaining 9 mystical tower members. Regarding this matter, there was no need for Lu Tianping and Zhenling to lie. The division of the spirit mine in Shangshan was soon settled. Not only did Zhenling obtain the rights to the spirit mine in Shangshan, but under the goodwill of the Xiang Palace at the last moment, Zhenling's share of the mine was much more than expected. Previously, the cultivation world viewed the rise of Zhenling as a nouveau riche and did not think highly of him. But after the battle between Lu Ping and Yanglan Laozu in the northern ice fields, the cultivation world had to admit that Zhenling had already begun to lay the foundation of a holy land in the future. After the Nine Mystical Towers legacy was completely destroyed, the original territory of the Nine Mystical Tower and the cultivation resources left behind were finally divided up by the Heavenly Moon Sect, Skyrend, Skyward Pavilion, Lingyun Valley, and other sections. The middle and lower reaches of the Qingming River in the cultivation world of the Middle Earth once again restored the balance of power. After the destruction of the Yuan clan and the division of the giant spirit stone mine in Changshan, the Xiang Palace, Tianxin Sect, Flowing Cloud Pavilion, Wuxing School, and Zhenling's other sects also came to an end. 3 years later, the Tianxin Sect, the Flowing Cloud Pavilion, the Heavenly Moon Sect, and the Zhenling Sect joined forces to launch a war against the Tianxin Sect. However, as the Tianxin Sect's biggest supporter, the Five Elements Sect, strangely remained silent. After the disaster of Mara, the Taixin Sect was repeatedly attacked by the Tianxin Sect and Zhenling. The great divines of the Taixin Sect died one after another. They knew that the Taixin Sect was only surviving with the support of Wuxing School. Now that Zhenling Sect, Tianxin Sect, and other extremely large sects had joined forces, it was clear that they had reached some kind of tacit understanding with the Five Elements Sect in private. Under the joint suppression of these 4 large sects, the abandoned Tianxin Sect was soon completely removed from the world of cultivation. After the destruction of the Taixin Sect, the entire cultivation world seemed to have fallen into a strange peace. Occasionally, some underground altars that had yet to be discovered would go out of control, resulting in a small-scale Devil Luo calamity, but they were soon annihilated by the joint forces of humans and demons. In the whole cultivation world, there were very few conflicts between the human and demon clans, as well as between the major sections. Even if there were occasional conflicts, both sides would try their best to restrain themselves and control the scale of the conflicts within the scope that the great divines of pure yang and above could control. In the whole cultivation world, almost all the great divines who knew the inside story were waiting for the arrival of the 500-year promise made by the Longhuai ancestor. This promise was related to the fundamental belief of the whole cultivation world. Was the 7th patriarch a saint or a thief? Was there an infinite starry world outside this world? Could the idea of immortality and immortality really be realized? Now, there were only 350 years left until the promise. Now, another 30 years had passed. Guotianshan, Laozu, and Lu Tianyuan, master and disciple, had passed the second Thunder Trial and successfully entered the late Dharma stage. After that, under the orders of the sect, Lu Tianyuan began to take charge of Zhenling's crusade against the Hutu sect in the west. Lu Tianyuan also knew that this battle was actually a trial for him by the sect. It was the best way to Zhenling's next leader. Although he had the support of people like Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu, he still needed to establish a certain level of prestige within the sect. Zhenling did not have a single second-generation adept participating in this battle. Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu were both training in seclusion. The Dharma adepts that Lu Tianyuan could gather were only some of Zhenling's 3rd-generation adepts and all of the 4th-generation adepts who had already formed their Dharma laws. The Dharma adepts that participated in the battle against the Hutu sect included the late Dharma adept Lu Tianyuan, the mid-Dharma adepts Tianru, Tianshang, Tianyong, Tianjian, and Tianyu. Among them, Zhongjian and Ma Yu could combine their swords and their strength was enough to take on a great adept without losing. The early Dharma adepts included Tianmeng, Tianxian, Tianping, Tianhuan, Tianqi, Tianluo, Tianran, Tianheng, and Tiandeng. Among them, the 5 after Tianqi were all 4th-generation Dharma adepts of Zhenling and were true disciples. Other than Tianqi and Tianluo, who were disciples of Lu Ping, Tianran was a disciple of Lu Tianyuan, Tianheng was a disciple of Tianyong, and Tiandeng was a disciple of Zhang Xuanqing, who had been the leader of Zhenling's side hall for many years. Other than that, Lu Tianyuan had also gathered more than 23rd-generation disciples in the late core forging stage, 54th-generation disciples in the core forging stage, and more than 105th-generation disciples in the blood condensation stage to participate in this battle. Lu Tianyuan had crossed the Hebei training world and traveled west for 20 years. During this time, he had also fought with various forces in Central Plains. Although Zhenling's side had suffered many casualties, Lu Tianyuan had ultimately withstood the pressure from the various forces and expanded his territory for 3,000 miles to the west, wiping out all of the Hutussek's forces. After this battle, Zhenling's sphere of influence in Central Plains became more and more stable, and Lu Tianyuan had also completely established his position as the successor of the Hutu sect in Zhenling. 20 years later, Lu Tianyuan, who had been in charge of the Hutu sect for hundreds of years, was the main driving force behind the rise of Zhenling from an unknown medium-sized sect in the North Sea to a large sect, and was even the main planner who had laid the foundation for Zhenling to become a holy land in the future. Zhenling's first Hutu sect leader, Lu Tianyuan, announced his retirement. The position of Hutu sect leader was taken over by the third-generation cultivator, Lu Tianyuan. After Lu Tianyuan took over as the Hutu sect leader of Zhenling, the strength of the Hutu sect grew steadily. Zhenling's influence in the training world continued to expand. Whether it was in the North Sea, Central Plains, or the East Sea, its sphere of influence was further consolidated. At the same time, Ji Tianxian had survived his second lightning tribulation and became the fourth late Dharma adept in the third generation of Zhenling. Another 30 years passed, and the North Sea training world once again experienced a pure yang lightning tribulation. Zhenling's third-generation cultivator, Yin Tianchu, who had always been known as the Demon Sword, successfully condensed a pure yang dharma power and became Zhenling's second pure yang adept after Lu Ping. Chapter 1524. Yuan Jinglei did not know when he had been followed by the tortoise behind him. In any case, he had just snatched the item that he had been plotting for a long time and had just stepped out of the endless mountains when he was attacked by the tortoise. It was obvious that he had lost his life. Yuan Jinglei had also obtained a ball of thunder essence from the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash when the Yuan clan was destroyed, allowing his level of practice to be pushed to the peak of the late Dharma stage. He was only a hair's breadth away from the pure yang stage. Furthermore, he was proficient in the thunder evasion technique, and after refining that ball of thunder essence, his speed was even faster. In addition, although the tortoise behind him had a pure yang level of practice, it had obviously inherited Yuan Jinglei's evasion technique. This allowed Yuan Jinglei to narrowly escape at the last moment. As a core member of the Yuan clan, Yuan Jinglei naturally knew a thing or two about the thunder essence. The moment he had obtained the thunder essence, he had also realized, just like Yuan Feixiang, that the Yuan clan had probably met with a great calamity. Otherwise, the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash of the Guardian family would definitely not have dispersed the thunder essence on its own. This was something that only the successor to the position of the family leader would be able to obtain from the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash to improve the quality of the calabash that they had refined or to directly increase their level of practice. It was a pity that the next successor to the Yuan clan had been Yuan Feixiang. Yuan Jinglei had not obtained the method to refine the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash himself. This was also the main reason why he had taken the risk to enter the Endless Mountains this time. Without the Seven Treasures Thunder Gourd to continue nurturing this drop of thunder origin, Yuan Jinglei had no choice but to use it to increase his level of training. However, he also knew that using it this way was actually a huge waste of the essence of the thunder origin. The essence that he could refine for his own use was actually less than 1/10 of the essence of the thunder origin. The rest was all wasted, even though his level of training had increased to the pinnacle of the late Dharma stage. However, he had no other choice. He could only hate Yuan Feixiang even more. If Yuan Feixiang had not stolen the position of successor from him, how could he not have obtained the method to refine the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash? If he could refine a thunder calabash in his hands, he could completely nurture the origin essence in the thunder calabash and only use it after he had advanced to the pure yang stage. In this way, he could at least refine 40 to 50% of this drop of origin essence and push his level of practice to the peak of the pure yang stage in one fell swoop. Moreover, when the head of the clan refined the origin essence, he would often gather a few trusted aides to go into seclusion with him. After the origin essence that the head of the clan could not refine was released, it would be absorbed by the trusted aides. This would also greatly increase the strength of these people, thus becoming a method for the head of the clan to win over the hearts of the people. This was also the fundamental reason why the pure young adepts of the Yuan clan had been able to maintain their extremely strong strength and the strong sense of unity within the clan. Although Yuan Jinglei's cultivation had been promoted to the peak of the Grand Cultivator, and his Thunder Escape secret technique had reached the pinnacle, Yuan Jinglei still suffered extremely serious injuries under the sneak attack of the pure young tyrannical turtle. However, at this time, he could only suppress the injuries in his body and escape. After all, this turtle was a pure young adept. His speed was relatively slow. Once Yuan Jinglei's injuries affected his speed of escape, the turtle behind him would inevitably kill him. Yuan Jinglei knew that his current situation was getting worse. The injuries in his body gradually worsened because of his forced escape, and even began to counterattack his Zhen Yuan. Yuan Jing, leave behind the thing you snatched from the endless mountain, and the old man will spare your life. Although Xiang Guotian had been shocked by Yuan Jinglei's escape technique and regretted that he hadn't been able to kill Yuan Jinglei in one fell swoop, he could tell that Yuan Jinglei was running out of energy. If it weren't for Xiang Guotian's apprehension, he would have long since taken the item from Yuan Jinglei's hand. Hee, old turtle, who are you trying to fool? Yuan Jinglei snorted disdainfully. Don't tell me your Bagui clan doesn't know how important this thing is? Spare my life? I'm afraid you're going to kill me immediately after obtaining it. I suggest that you don't chase too closely, lest I accidentally break the thing in my hand in a moment of desperation. If that happens, you old tortoise will be left with nothing to show for it. Xiang Guotian looked a little annoyed. Yuan Jinglei, you have to understand that the Yuan clan is now the public enemy of the cultivation world. You're like a rat on the street. Although the old man wants the thing in your hands, he might not necessarily obtain it. If you offend the old man, he just has to shout, and countless people will come chasing after you. Do you think you can still escape when that time comes? Yuan Jinglei opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he suddenly felt a reverse flow in his body. Yuan Jinglei cursed inwardly. He couldn't suppress the injuries in his body any longer. Before he could even think about it, the reverse flow had already rushed out of his mouth and turned into a mouthful of dirty blood. Xiang Guotian had been waiting for this moment. He had a good grasp of his timing. Although Yuan Jinglei had escaped from his hands due to his carelessness, Xiang Guotian had adjusted his mentality and quickly determined the extent of Yuan Jinglei's injuries after hitting him. He had purposely lured Yuan Jinglei to speak during the chase, but he was actually secretly using a method to trigger the suppressed injuries in Yuan Jinglei's body. This could be considered a secret technique of the Bagui clan, and it was rarely used. Not many people knew about it, so Yuan Jinglei had unknowingly fallen into his trap. The Bagui clan was not good at escape techniques, but that was only relative. Xiang Guotian was a pure yang cultivator. No matter how bad his escape techniques were, there was no way he could let Yuan Jinglei escape again under such circumstances. A shadow loomed over Yuan Jinglei's head. When he raised his head, he saw a mountainous foot descending from the sky. Yuan Jinglei slammed his hand on his chest. This time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The only difference was that there was a purple-gold electric light dancing in the blood. When the electric light turned into a ball of light in the blood, Yuan Jinglei had already appeared several dozen kilometers away. Where do you think you're going? Xiang Guotian's roar was like rolling thunder that came from the horizon. A strange sound wave penetrated into Yuan Jinglei's body. His heartbeat immediately became chaotic, and his blood vessels even started flowing in reverse. Not only was his essential essence unable to keep up, but he was also at risk of chi deviation. I must persevere. This is the forest in the periphery of the endless mountains. As long as I reach that place, there will be a chance. How can I, Yuan Jinglei, die here? I still want to break the destiny of the Yuan clan and become the Thunder Rock true spirit. Yuan Jinglei decided to stop suppressing his injuries. He only used his remaining essential essence to protect his heart, allowing the disturbed blood vessels in his body to worsen. Then he gathered all the essential essence in his body and turned into a bolt of lightning, flying forward again. The moment he left, dark clouds rolled in the sky. A gigantic tortoise that almost covered half of the sky lay on top of the dark clouds. It looked as if it would jump down at any time and use its huge body to crush all opponents. Yuan Jinglei's self-mutilating actions were clearly out of Xiang Guotian's expectations. However, the item on Yuan Jinglei was very useful to the Bagui clan. It was something that the current true spirit of the Bagui clan, Laozu, had secretly passed down to all pure yang cultivators of the Bagui clan. Otherwise, Xiang Guotian would not have chased after him so relentlessly. Xiang Guotian's real body slid through the sea of clouds. His huge body once again dashed dozens of miles away. Yuan Jinglei's tottering figure once again appeared in Xiang Guotian's line of sight. This time, this kid was really at the end of his rope. For a late Dharma adept to be able to hold on until now, it was no wonder that he was one of the most outstanding third-generation adepts in the entire cultivation world. To be able to escape from the old man for so long, his strength was probably second only to the two-sword immortals. "Kid, where can you run to this time?" Xiang Guotian shook the sea of clouds beneath him and rushed toward Yuan Jinglei. At this time, what he was most afraid of was that Yuan Jinglei would destroy the treasure in his hand when he saw that there was no hope of escaping. However, at this moment, Yuan Jinglei suddenly turned around and flashed a strange smile at Xiang Guotian. Xiang Guotian instinctively felt that something was wrong. However, he did not believe that Yuan Jinglei had any other way to turn the tables. Boundless clouds transformed into all sorts of weapons and treasures in midair, smashing toward Yuan Jinglei's body. Yuan Jinglei knelt on the ground and slammed his right palm hard on the ground. Purple gold lightning spread out from his palm in a zigzagging arc. From Xiang Guotian's perspective, it formed a huge lightning array in midair. This was not a simple array formation. There was already an array foundation lying in ambush here. Xiang Guotian did not expect Yuan Jinglei to be able to leave such a backup plan in such a remote place. He was surprised and shocked, but he had no choice but to release the arrow on the bow. Just as Yuan Jinglei was about to be swallowed by the sea of clouds, the ground suddenly caved in. A thick black fog spewed out from the collapsed ground, and a bottomless abyss appeared where Yuan Jinglei had been standing. Terrifying roars came from the abyss. "Mara cave." So this was a Mara cave. Xiang Guotian was shocked. He immediately understood what Yuan Jinglei's backup plan was. Before he could find Yuan Jinglei again, a heavenly demon and 4 Asuras rushed out of the abyss one after another. In addition, there were several Jade Mara, Blood Mara, and some big and small Mara rushing towards Xiang Guotian. Dozens of feet away, Yuan Jinglei looked like a ferocious ghost. However, when he saw that Xiang Guotian was surrounded by more than 100 Mara, he chuckled. 3 streams of light flashed in his hands, and he resisted the urge to leave this place. However, the moment he turned around, a black figure suddenly flashed in front of him. Yuan Jinglei cursed inwardly. He suddenly felt a bone-chilling sensation on his right wrist. When he turned his head, he saw a hand holding 3 streams of light dancing in the air. A black figure suddenly appeared in the void and grabbed it. The 3 streams of light flashed, and the hand smashed toward Yuan Jinglei's face. "No!" Yuan Jinglei let out a crazy roar. He couldn't care less about his severed right hand and his body, which was already at its limits. Thunder exploded under his feet, and he wanted to forcefully chase after the figure. However, the moment he grabbed his right hand that was smashing toward him, the black figure from before appeared behind Yuan Jinglei for some reason. A short blade silently sank into Yuan Jinglei's back. Yuan Jinglei tried his best to turn his head to see who killed him, but he suddenly felt the back of his back loosen. The person had already disappeared again. Yuan Jinglei fell to the ground, and the vitality in his eyes gradually disappeared. He still didn't know who killed him. Chapter 1525. After Lu Ping obtained the complete Soaring Dragon Galaxy technique, he had some doubts about the 5 elements land he had entered in the South China Sea. After that, during the Battle of Shangshan to exterminate the Yuan clan, he met the true spirit cultivator Xiang Laozu of the Bagui clan. Lu Ping's suspicions deepened. This time, After Yin Tianchu became a pure yang cultivator, he went out to travel. Lu Ping entrusted him to go to the South China Sea to investigate the Bagui clan's movements. Unexpectedly, not long after entering the South China Sea, he fell into a pure yang Bagui clan. He followed it all the way into the Central Plains and found traces of Yuan Jinglei on the outskirts of the Endless Mountain Range. Yin Tianchu didn't know if Xiang Guotian already knew of Yuan Jinglei's goal or if he had accidentally stumbled upon it. However, it was obvious that Yuan Jinglei had something extraordinary. Since that was the case, Yin Tianchu didn't mind taking advantage of the situation. The moment Yin Tianchu grabbed the 3 rays of light, he already knew what they were. They were the life feathers of a member of the Endless Mountain Peacock royalty. The Endless Mountain Demon Peacock clan was known as the #1 demon clan in the cultivation world. They were so powerful that even the East China Sea green sea snakes, the North Ice Plains spiritual great apes, and the South China Sea Bagre clan were slightly inferior to them. Although the Demon Peacock clan inherited Pengdoran's bloodline, there was still a small group of people with the purest bloodline in the Demon Peacock clan. They were known as the Peacock royalty. Compared to the Demon Peacock clan, the Peacock royalty's bloodline was purer, and the inherited memories in their bloodline were more detailed. Among the demon cultivators of the same level, the royal family was more powerful. Although they only accounted for 1/7 of the entire Demon Peacock clan, they firmly controlled the entire Demon Peacock clan. As for the Peacock royal family, perhaps it was due to their bloodline that they were able to condense the essence of their life feather. This kind of life feather sealed with their life feather could release a tremendous amount of power even if the Peacock royal family cultivator didn't need to mix their life essence. In a battle, the Peacock royalty cultivator would always have 1 or 2 more supreme abilities than their opponent. Furthermore, they were almost instantaneous attacks that were difficult to defend against. It could be said that the Peacock royalty cultivator's trump card. At the same time, due to the fact that there was a life-bound ability sealed within it, many cultivators from the Peacock royal clan would use this as a final method to perish together with their enemies. Thus, obtaining this life-bound plume feather was extremely difficult. However, Yuan Jinglei had obtained 3 Peacock royalty life feathers. What was even rarer was that these 3 feathers had obviously come from 3 different Peacock royalty cultivators. This meant that Yuan Jinglei had been able to silently kill 3 royal family demon cultivators above the Dharma realm in the Endless Mountains and escape unscathed. If he hadn't been ambushed by Xiang Guotian, even Yin Tianchu would have admired Yuan Jinglei's methods. Yin Tianchu raised his head to look at the Mara group that was still fighting Xiang Guotian. It seemed that Xiang Guotian had seen everything that had happened. However, the many Mara were clearly under Yuan Jinglei's control. They were now risking their lives to attack Xiang Guotian. In a hurry, Xiang Guotian was entangled with the Mara group and couldn't free himself. At this time, Xiang Guotian was obviously most afraid that Yin Tianchu would cooperate with the Mara group to assassinate him. With Yin Tianchu's pure yang cultivation level and the mysterious assassination ability that he had previously displayed, Xiang Guotian really wasn't confident that he could escape unscathed under the entanglement of the Mara group. Unfortunately, according to Yin Tianchu's divine sense, the previous battle had already alarmed the cultivators of the nearby sections. At this time, there were several rays of light coming from different directions. The Ba Turtle clan used their head-shrinking turtle technique to defend themselves. Even Yin Tianchu couldn't do anything to them in a short period of time. Helpless, Yin Tianchu could only hide in the void and retreat first. Above the North Sea, a white fog slowly gathered above the Zhenling sect's Taoist right site, the Tianling Mountain on the giant island, Tianling Island, where the Zhenling sect's training ground was located. At first, the Zhenling people thought that this phenomenon was formed because the spirit vein in the dojo had been operating well over the years and the spirit qi had become increasingly dense. However, after dozens of days, the white fog on Heaven Spirit Mountain gradually became denser. At this time, the true spirit cultivators realized that even if the spirit qi was dense, it couldn't grow so quickly. Moreover, it couldn't stay there forever. This white fog should be a combination of the spirit qi that the dojo was releasing and the clouds. However, after another half a year, not only did the spirit fog on Heaven Spirit Mountain become denser, but it even started to cover the entire Heaven Spirit Mountain. The clouds even started to spread downwards and gradually spread over Heaven Spirit Island. Originally, the Zhenling cultivators thought that as the white fog spread downwards, it would definitely sweep the dense spirit qi from the top of Heaven Spirit Mountain and spread it to the entire Heaven Spirit Island. That way, the entire Zhenling would be able to enjoy the dense spirit qi on Heaven Spirit Mountain. However, the result was obviously very disappointing for the Zhenling cultivators. After the white fog spread, not only did it not bring the dense spirit qi from the top of Heaven Spirit Mountain, it instead absorbed the originally not very dense spirit qi from the top of Heaven Spirit Mountain and became even thinner. At this time, the Zhenling cultivators finally realized that it might not be as simple as the spirit qi, clouds, and water vapor that they had imagined. The clouds gradually spread, and after an entire year, it even affected the massive island. The entire Heaven Spirit Island looked misty from the sea, and the Heaven Spirit Mountain in the center was completely covered by the thick white fog. From the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain, the white fog covered the entire Zhenling's dojo like a fairyland. However, only cultivators who had been there would understand that this fairyland-like place was not even as rich in spiritual qi as it was before Fei Ling Island had been merged. Such a natural phenomenon naturally greatly puzzled the Zhenling cultivators. Cultivators constantly asked the high-grade senior cultivators of the sect about the reason, but the high-grade cultivators of Zhenling remained silent. However, many of the sect's disciples could guess from the inadvertent joy on the senior cultivators' faces that this must be a joyous occasion for the sect. The white fog continued to spread. After a year and a half, even the Heaven Spirit Island with a radius of over 1,500 kilometers was completely covered by the fog, and it began to slowly spread to the surrounding sea. This time, the fog did not spread from the Heaven Spirit Mountain, but from the seawater. If a cultivator were to observe with their spiritual sense, they would discover that traces of water spiritual qi and kuei water essence were being stripped from the seawater and slowly converging toward the top of the Heaven Spirit Mountain like an invisible stream of water. At the same time, it also led to the evaporation of water vapor and the formation of the fog. At this time, if a great mage who cultivated eye techniques to perfection looked toward the top of the Heaven Spirit Mountain, they would discover that a huge bottomless vortex had formed at the top of the mountain. 2 whole years had passed, and all the heaven and earth spiritual qi that had gathered from the surrounding 2,000 miles had disappeared into the bottomless abyss. However, this huge whirlpool was still spinning slowly, like a taotai that would never be satisfied. The phenomenon of Zhenling quickly attracted the attention of the entire North Sea cultivation world, and this phenomenon was even spread to the entire cultivation world through some people. Such a huge natural phenomenon was no longer something that ordinary great cultivators could achieve, so many people naturally targeted Lu Ping. Although he was known as the North Sea Water Sword Immortal, most people already knew that Lu Ping was not a sword cultivator. Therefore, only Lu Tianping and Lu Tianping could create such a phenomenon in the North Sea. However, it was naturally impossible for Lu Tianping to summon such a phenomenon in the North Sea for no reason. In the cultivation world, there were pure yang cultivators who had been consulted by others and admitted that they would not be able to create such a spectacle. There were people who had long suspected that Lu Tianping was at the critical stage of becoming a true spirit, and in order to condense a huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he had no choice but to create such a shocking phenomenon. However, very quickly, the news spread from the disciples of the 5 great sacred lands and a few other clans that had true spirit cultivators. When many true spirit cultivators heard about this phenomenon, their faces were filled with shock. It was obvious that this phenomenon was not only for pure yang cultivators, but even for true spirit cultivators, it was beyond their knowledge. Was this really Lu Tianping becoming a true spirit? Lu Tianping's strength was actually so tyrannical to be able to create such a phenomenon that even true spirit cultivators would be dumbfounded before he had even completely advanced to the true spirit cultivator, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth was usually the direct proof of a cultivator's strength. In other words, Lu Tianping's strength still surpassed the vast majority of ordinary true spirit cultivators. It had to be known that in the North Sea, the white clouds were still spreading, which meant that Lu Tianping's strength was still growing. When he truly stabilized his cultivation, just how strong would he be? Many people were secretly calculating in their hearts. At that time, in the entire world, perhaps only the Longhuai ancestor in the East Sea perished secret grounds would know the true limits of Lu Tianping. 3 years had passed, and the clouds that had begun to spread from the top of Heaven's Spirit Mountain had already covered a radius of 3,000 kilometers. The sea around Heaven's Spirit Island was completely shrouded by thick clouds, and it even affected the many cultivators who entered and left Heaven's Spirit Island. This was because even the cultivators' divine senses would be affected by the clouds, and there would often be cultivators with weak cultivations who would lose their way in the clouds. Everyone in Jinling rejoiced. At this moment, even the high-ranking cultivators in Jinling were certain that this phenomenon would only be formed when their sex water sword immortal was condensing her true spirit. However, just as everyone in Jinling was preparing to welcome the birth of the peaceful Laozu, the process was delayed by another 2 years. During these 2 years, the sea 5,000 kilometers away from Heaven's Spirit Mountain was covered in a thin layer of fog. At this moment, Lu Ping, who was in the 7-star grotto heaven on top of Heavenly Spirit Mountain, finally opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a gratified smile. Then he slowly raised his head, stretched out his finger and flicked it gently. Roar! A noble existence that seemed to have come from ancient times announced its appearance with a loud roar that could directly shake one's soul. The wind and clouds surged at the top of Heaven's Spirit Mountain, and the entire world changed color. An uplifting roar instantly spread throughout Jinling on Heaven's Spirit Island. Congratulations to the peaceful Laozu. Congratulations to the Jinling. Congratulations to the world. Chapter 1526. The moment Lu Ping achieved the true spirit, the pure Yang Dharma idol and Lu Ping's body fused together and transformed into a 30-meter-long true dragon. From then on, the true dragon was Lu Ping, and Lu Ping was the true dragon. There was no distinction between them. At this moment, everything that Lu Ping was familiar with was changing. This world was like a fish tank in his eyes, making Lu Ping feel extremely stuffy. He wanted to break through the shackles of this world and roam the starry sky. An inexplicable attractive force came from the distant North Sea. It seemed to subconsciously tell Lu Ping that he could only find a way to break through this world from there. The purple-gold dragon rushed out from the 7 stars grotto heaven on top of Heavenly Spirit Mountain, rolling up and down in the sea of clouds. The Zhenling sect cultivators on Heavenly Spirit Island could only see a small part of the true spirit dragon's claws in the clouds. As the saying goes, the head of a divine dragon can only be seen, but not its tail. Just this small part of the dragon's claws was enough to make the entire Zhenling sect dizzy. True spirit. The true spirit of the flood dragon. No, could this be the true spirit of the true dragon that Taiping Laozu mentioned? Although the Jinling cultivators on Tianling Island could not see the full appearance of the true spirit dragon that Lu Ping had transformed into, the power that the true spirit dragon emitted was enough to make the cultivators on Jinling cheer. Jinling was the second true spirit cultivator to appear since its founding more than 15,000 years ago. After 6,000 years, Jinling finally had another true spirit cultivator. Jinling was at its most powerful moment since its founding. With Lu Ping achieving the true spirit and the protection of the 7-star grotto heaven, Jinling's strength would continue to grow. It was only a matter of time before it became the 7th sacred land of the cultivation world after Skyrend. Skyrend had also been in a period of expansion for the past few hundred years. Now, it had become a huge sect that spanned across the southeastern sea of the East China Sea and a part of the Middle Earth. Other than Xiao Baiyu, who was a true spirit adept, and 8th Sister Zhu, who was a veteran pure Yang adept, 100 years ago, there was another late Dharma adept who had survived the 3rd Thunder Trial with the help of Xiao Baiyu. 20 years ago, Liang Jianfei had also become a pure Yang adept. In this way, Skyrim now had a true spirit adept and 3 pure young adepts in charge of the sect. It was already a real Holy Land sect. After achieving the true dragon body, Lu Ping's physical body and pure yang dharma merged into one. In an instant he felt as if he no longer belonged to this world. It was as if he could shatter this world with just a wave of his hand. The world that he was so familiar with suddenly became very foreign to him. Everything in this world was rejecting Lu Ping's existence. And in this world, there seemed to be a great force constantly monitoring Lu Ping, as if he was a thug. Once Lu Ping showed the slightest sign of exceeding the boundary of this world, the great force that was originally just monitoring him would immediately fall on him. Lu Ping's eyes lit up, but he didn't know what to do. Lu Ping knew that this force might be the origin energy of this world. Once he used the true spirit energy and broke the rules of this world, this origin energy would turn into heaven's punishment and would not stop until he died. Unless Lu Ping had the means of the Longhuai ancestor, he could actually avoid the punishment of heaven's punishment. Therefore, Lu Ping had to walk carefully in this world. He was like a stranger in a foreign land, unable to find the door to leave in the narrow guest room of the host's house. He could only carefully avoid everything that he might accidentally break, so as to avoid being punished by the host. The natal magic power that Lu Ping had condensed was changing. The moment Lu Ping's true dragon body took shape, a total of 81 purple gold dragon scales covered his entire body, excluding the reverse scale under his chin. These 81 dragon scales formed 9 rows and 9 rings around the body of the true dragon. Each scale was engraved with a formation, and this formation was one of the 9 foundation formations recorded in the reverse scale. Each of the 9 dragon scales on each ring had the same fundamental formation inscribed on it, but each dragon scale on each row had a different fundamental formation inscribed on it. Among them, the row of 9 dragon scales on his abdomen, including the reverse scale under his chin, shone the brightest. This row of dragon scales was Lu Ping's most fundamental natal dragon scales. They were condensed after Lu Ping became a true dragon spirit with a water attribute cultivation method. Aside from the reverse scale, every time Lu Ping condensed a supreme water attribute natal dragon technique, he would inscribe a seed talisman on one of the 9 dragon scales. This would be used to command the foundation formation engraved on the dragon scales. In other words, after Lu Ping condensed the water dragon spirit, he could now condense 9 natal dragon techniques. After Lu Ping entered the true spirit realm, his cultivation base would increase. Once he condensed the second origin essence and successfully entered the second true spirit realm, he would once again infuse the 9 dragon scale spirit seeds into the 9 innate supreme skills. This would continue until Lu Ping successfully pushed his cultivation base to the 9th true spirit realm. At that point, he would be able to infuse the 81 dragon scale spirit seeds into the 81 innate supreme skills and reach the threshold of the godly spirit realm. But now, among the 9 dragon scales under Lu Ping's abdomen, only 7 had condensed innate supreme skill seeds. The 5 innate water innate supreme skills were 100 rivers into the sea sword technique, sky opening 3 swords technique, great river flowing east sword technique, boiling sky sword technique, heavenly gate sword technique, thunderclap sword technique, and azure sea mulberry field sword technique. Among them, the Heaven Gate sword art was something that Lu Ping had personally used on the Khoi clan in the past to exchange for the Great River East sword art. As Lu Ping's cultivation base deepened, his knowledge of most of the cultivation world skills and spells also deepened. However, he also gained a deeper understanding of the Khoi clan's supreme sword skill, Heavenly Gate sword skill. At the same time, he felt that this natal dragon technique had endless uses. In Lu Ping's eyes, this natal dragon technique was a natal dragon technique that the Khoi clan inherited from Jiao Daoren in the past. It was a natal dragon technique that was not weaker than the splitting the heavens technique. The thunderclap sword art was originally just a natal dragon technique, and it was related to the thunder technique natal dragon technique. After the cultivation world joined forces to exterminate the Yuan clan, Lu Ping also looted many of the Yuan clan's natal dragon techniques natal dragon technique, which was very beneficial to perfecting the thunderclap sword art. In the past hundreds of years, Lu Ping cultivated in seclusion while perfecting these natal dragon technique systems. Finally, he deduced this natal dragon technique to the level of a natal dragon technique. Initially, Lu Ping wanted to engrave the shapeless sword spell, S divine seed into the 8th dragon scale. However, although the shapeless sword spell was a sword technique not weaker than a peerless technique, half of its power had to come from an invisible flying sword. At the same time, it also required the cultivator's protective aura to be refined from a rare natural treasure. Therefore, after some hesitation, Lu Ping decided not to engrave the shapeless sword spell, S divine seed into the 8th dragon scale for the time being. Usually, before a cultivator condensed a true spirit, being able to condense 3 natal dragon techniques was already a top-notch existence. These people were originally very few. In addition to these 3 supreme divine abilities, it wasn't impossible to cultivate 1 or 2 more supreme divine abilities, but it required a cultivator to have an extraordinary amount of true essence. Regardless of whether it was condensing, nurturing, or using it in battle, the amount of true essence consumed was usually several times that of cultivating a natal supreme divine ability. Therefore, after achieving pure yang, it was not that some powerful cultivators didn't think of continuing to condense 1 or 2 natal dragon techniques as backup after achieving true spirit, but it was really beyond their ability. Only an existence like Lu Ping, who was beyond ordinary people, would have enough true essence to waste on condensing many natal dragon technique talismans. When Lu Ping achieved true spirit, this strong accumulation brought twice the result with half the effort for Lu Ping. In one fell swoop, he condensed 7 natal dragon technique seeds, and relying on his previous strong foundation, the moment Lu Ping achieved true spirit, he pushed his cultivation to the late stage of the first realm. In addition to the great changes in natal dragon techniques and cultivation, the spiritual treasures that Lu Ping nurtured were also changing. Every time Lu Ping's 6 natal dragon techniques and Sword of True Spirit formed one, the quality and power of the Sword of True Spirit would also improve. Similarly, the spiritual treasure was also improving along with the growth of Lu Ping's strength. Unfortunately, this pair of scissors was not Lu Ping's natal dragon treasure, so its speed of improvement was obviously not comparable to the Sword of True Spirit, Emoli. There was also a change in the 7 treasure Thunder Calabash. Unlike Yuan Jinglei and the remaining Yuan family descendants, after obtaining the Thunder origin, Lu Ping did not directly refine it to improve his cultivation, but had been nurturing it in the Thunder Calabash. After that, the quality of the Thunder Calabash in Lu Ping's hands was greatly improved, and now its power was no weaker than ordinary spiritual treasures. After Lu Ping condensed his true soul, a trace of the original water essence was absorbed into the Thunder Gourd. This time, the original Thunder essence that hadn't changed in the slightest was revealed to have increased a little. And Lu Ping could also clearly feel that after obtaining the drop of Thunder origin essence that Lu Ping condensed, the Yin Water Divine Thunder released by the 7 treasure Thunder Calabash had been upgraded to the level of a Supreme Dragon technique in one fell swoop. However, the other lightning techniques such as the Gung Metal Divine Thunder and Wu Earth Divine Thunder did not improve at all. They were still at the level of a Supreme Dragon technique, but this clearly pointed out a way for Lu Ping to continue improving the 7 treasure Thunder Calabash's quality. However, among these spiritual treasures, the most obvious change was still Lu Ping's 13 natal Genshin spiritual treasures. After being nurtured by the true spirit's origin essence, these 13 natal spiritual treasures had reached the limit of a first tribulation spiritual treasure and were about to welcome the second lightning tribulation. As Lu Ping's most authentic natal Genshin spiritual treasures, the 13 natal Genshin spiritual treasures had been nurtured since Lu Ping was still a blood condensation cultivator. Now that they had survived the second lightning tribulation, they would fuse with the Thunder origin essence that Lu Ping had obtained after condensing his true spirit. If Lu Ping was not surprised, the space formed by the natal Genshin formation after condensing his true spirit would definitely be a boundless underwater world. This vast ocean was formed by the triple light sacred water in the suspended sea in Lu Ping's core space before he condensed his true spirit. Chapter 1527. As the purple-gold true spirit dragon flew up and down in the sea of clouds above Heaven's Spirit Island, all the areas within a 5,000-kilometer radius that were covered by the clouds condensed into raindrops the moment the true spirit dragon appeared. The clouds were the thinnest outside the 5,000-kilometer radius, so the rain was naturally weak. However, as the area shrunk, the rain gradually became stronger. Within the 3,000-kilometer radius, as the clouds became thicker, the rain also became finer. In the sky above Heaven's Spirit Island, which was 1,000 kilometers away from Heaven's Spirit Mountain, the originally thick white clouds had turned into thick, dark clouds for some reason. Heavy rain poured down from the sky. The true spirit cultivators who were celebrating Lu Ping condensing their true spirit all raised colorful protective auras around them to prevent the rain from soaking their clothes. When they were only 500 kilometers away from Heaven's Spirit Mountain, the rain turned into a rainstorm. Not only that, after Lu Ping condensed his true spirit, the remaining spiritual qi that had gathered at the top of Heaven's Spirit Mountain fused into the clouds and fell as raindrops within 500 kilometers of Heaven's Spirit Mountain. The island, which was originally nourished by the large spirit vein on Heaven's Spirit Mountain, was now nourished by the rain filled with spiritual qi. The various spirit herb gardens and spirit herb farms on the island benefited the most. The density of Heaven's Spirit Island also reached an unprecedented level due to the spiritual rain, benefiting the entire Jinling sect. At the foot of Heaven's Spirit Mountain, Jiang Tianlin and the others, who had descended from the top of Heaven's Spirit Mountain due to the heavenly might caused by Lu Ping condensing his true spirit, could clearly feel that the tyrannical pressure on them had begun to subside. It was clear that Lu Ping had begun to control the aura around him. The process of condensing his true spirit realm had perfectly completed. Everyone looked at each other helplessly and smiled. Then, they flew towards the top of the mountain in streaks of light. The news that the North Sea Water Sword Immortal Taiping Laozu had condensed his true spirit spread throughout the entire cultivation world in an instant. Various sects' major and minor repairs cultivators all sent envoys to congratulate the North Sea Watersword Immortal for condensing his true spirit realm and taking one step closer to immortality. Not only human cultivators, but many demon tribes also sent high-grade demon cultivators to the North Sea to congratulate Lu Ping. This was especially so because many demon cultivators had voluntarily followed Lu Ping for hundreds of years. As a result, Lu Ping's reputation among the demon cultivators was very high. Whether it was in the East Sea or the Central Plains, Jinling's unbridled expansion over the years had affected the interests of many sections. Originally, there had been many conflicts between Jinling and the various sections. However, after the news that Lu Ping had condensed his true spirit realm spread, the borders of Jinling's sphere of influence instantly calmed down. There were no more news of conflicts. Even if there were disputes between the two sides, the other side would take the initiative to make peace. Every 100 years, the huge spiritual stone vein in the fallen secret land would be redistributed. Over the years, the share of the Crystal Palace had been decreasing, while the share of Skyrend and Jinling had been gradually increasing. However, the speed of Skyrend's growth was obviously slower than that of Jinling. The reason was that Skyrend had a true spirit cultivator. After the news that Lu Ping had condensed his true spirit came, Ji Tianxian, who had just passed the second Thunder Tribulation and became the fourth great cultivator among the 3 generations of Jinling, forcibly vetoed the distribution plan of spiritual stones that had been discussed with the overseas sects despite the opposition of the other sects in the Phantom Palace. Then he began to reformulate the distribution plan. Soon after, the detailed news of Patriarch Taiping becoming a celestial being quickly spread from the North Sea to the illusionary Spirit Palace and the various sects in the seas. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The celestial phenomenon that covered a radius of 5,000 kilometers and the pressure of a celestial being that seeped into one's bones was something that no one present had ever heard of. It seemed that only when the 7 heaven-splitting patriarchs were around did the heaven-splitting patriarchs unleash such a powerful pressure with a wave of their hands. Even the old ancestor Long Huai in the Fallen Star secret grounds had suffered a total of 27 bolts of tribulation lightning after breaking through the sky wall of myriad poisons. Even though it had caused a huge commotion, it hadn't been as grand as Lu Ping's breakthrough into the true spirit realm. The ascension of cultivation and the appearance of celestial phenomenon were originally a symbol of a cultivator's strength. Under normal circumstances, the more powerful the celestial phenomenon, the more powerful the strength. Before Lu Ping had condensed his true spirit realm, he had been able to force the true spirit realm cultivators to be punished by the heavens, forcing them to hide in the great array of the North Ice Field and die. Now that he had condensed his true spirit, what kind of level would he reach? What's more, after this person condensed his true spirit, he still had a year to travel around the world. At this time, he could flatten anyone that was in his way, and there was no place for him to reason with. A new plan was quickly formed. Because Skyren's focus had been moving westward in the central mainland these years, he was more or less rejected by the overseas sections. His share was the same as that of the Crystal Palace, but now it was slightly reduced. The Crystal Palace occupied 30%, while Junling and Skyren occupied 25%. At the same time, in the distribution plan of the giant spirit stone vein of Shang Mountain, also affected by Lu Ping's condensing, Laozu of Tianshan represented Junling to increase the distribution of the spirit stones. In the large spirit stone vein of Bao Island outside the border of the Heavenly Profound sect and the Heavenly Moon sect, Junling and Skyrend had jointly occupied 60% of it. The Heavenly Profound sect and the Heavenly Moon sect shared 30% equally, and the remaining 10% belonged to the Carefree Pavilion of the East Sea. As for the spirit stone vein of the North Sea's Frost Island, Junling alone occupied 75% of it, and the remaining 25% belonged to the other sects and families of the North Sea. It could be said that Lu Ping's condensing of a true spirit caused the entire Junling to undergo an earth-shattering change. However, when Lu Ping became a true spirit, he did not use the true spirit inheritance of the Nine Dragon Bell to search for a shortcut or secret technique. Instead, he completely relied on his own accumulated strength to break through the last barrier and condense into a true spirit dragon. However, because of this, Lu Ping needed a large amount of cultivation resources to support his own consumption during the process of breaking through. Also, compared to ordinary cultivators who had condensed into a true spirit, Lu Ping's foundation was more solid, but the bottleneck he needed to break through would be more difficult, and the cultivation resources he needed would also be greater. In the hundreds of years that Lu Ping had been cultivating in seclusion, Junling had almost used up a third of the resources that Junling had plundered after becoming a large sect. This was also one of the reasons why Junling had been continuously expanding in the past few years. It was to find more ways to obtain more cultivation resources. At this time, the news of Lu Ping's success came, so the cultivators of Junling who were plundering everywhere were naturally more confident, and their methods became more and more forceful. After condensing into a true spirit, Lu Ping used the only year he had left to begin what could be said to be his last journey in this world. At the same time, it was also to declare Junling's strength to the entire cultivation world, and this journey was destined to be extremely short. The moment he condensed into a true spirit, Lu Ping's true spirit body was rejected by this world, but at the same time, he could obtain many secrets from this world that he had never heard of before, and these things could only be known by true spirit cultivators. For example, how many true spirit cultivators were hidden in this world? Although most of these people were hiding in a small world that could avoid the detection of this world, they were still taking advantage of the loopholes of this world. Although they could avoid the rejection of this world, they could not avoid people who also planned to take advantage of these loopholes. After Lu Ping left the North Sea, his first choice was to go to the East Sea. At this time, in Lu Ping's perception, there were 5 true spirit cultivators gathered in the East Sea. The one in the Crystal Palace should be Laozu without a doubt, and the one in the southeast and south must be Xiao Baiyu. But in the fallen secret plane, there were 3 true spirit cultivators gathered, which was what truly surprised Lu Ping. Other than Longhuai Ancestor, the other one should be the 7 fans Laozu, who could no longer stop his cultivation from increasing. Then who was the remaining true spirit cultivator? However, from Lu Ping's point of view, this third true spirit cultivator should be the same as the 7 fans Laozu, also a true spirit cultivator who came to the East Sea to seek protection from the Longhuai ancestor. It was just that he did not know if this person was familiar with Lu Ping. Lu Ping also came to the East Sea this time to visit the Longhuai ancestor. He still had many questions that he needed to ask this existence that Lu Ping felt was more and more confusing. After Lu Ping became a true spirit cultivator, Zhenling began to build a new array system in the East Sea's Jingzhe Island, the Hebei cultivation world's Yingshan courtyard, the Northern Sea's Heavenly Spirit Island, the Frost Island, Huangli Island, and the Scarlet Mist Island. Moreover, Zhenling seemed to be in a rush to build this array system. He didn't even hesitate to dismantle the original protective array in order to build this array system. Lu Ping stayed in the Eastern Sea for more than a month. During this period, he spent the longest time in the Eastern Sea where he had a secret conversation with old ancestor Longhuai. It was only then that he learned that the true spirit cultivator seeking protection from the firmament poison wall was actually a true spirit cultivator from the Emerald Sea Spirit Snake clan. Not only that, but he was also Lu Ping's good friend Chu Haixiao's grandfather, the former clan leader of the Emerald Sea Spirit Snake clan, Chu Fanyan. After coming out of the secret graveyard, Lu Ping secretly infiltrated the Fire Phoenix clan. In the past, when the Scarlet Mist Island changed, Yan Jiuxiao had fallen in Lu Ping's hands, but the Fire Phoenix clan had obtained one of the 7 life source feathers left by the Luan Daoist and brought it back to the East Sea. Previously, there was a pure Yang cultivator in the Fire Phoenix clan, and Lu Ping had personally witnessed the power of Daoist Luan's heaven opening technique, sealed in the feather. Before he ascended to the true spirit realm, Lu Ping wasn't confident that he could escape with his life. Now that Lu Ping had successfully condensed his true spirit and the Fire Phoenix clan's only pure Yang cultivator had died, the Fire Phoenix clan could be said to have no successor after Yan Jiuxiao. Although there were still several cultivators maintaining the Fire Phoenix clan's status as a large monster race tribe, they were not in Lu Ping's eyes at all. Following the unique aura of the heaven opening technique sealed in the life source feather, Lu Ping quickly found where the Fire Phoenix clan hid this treasure. However, when he saw the person guarding this treasure, Lu Ping was very surprised, but he still quickly bowed and said, "Junior Lu Ping greets Senior Yan." At this time, the person holding the treasure of the Fire Phoenix clan was the one who had taught Lu Ping in the past, Yan Wujiu, the #1 alchemy grandmaster of the East Sea. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.